I'm your host, Movie Fan. Today, I've invited my good friends, the one, the only, and the very beautiful Bonnie from Joy Unicycle in to help me out with this special live stream, as well as my friend Jonathan, the reviewer, who will be here momentarily, and possibly a special guest. We'll see if he can make it. Anyway, we're going to be doing a special live stream, but first, we have a birthday in the house. So we're going to wish our good friend Alpha Lion Simba a happy birthday. Bonnie, would you do the honors?
Well, did you want to start first or okay?
Oh, I don't know. We either start that or introduce it. I don't know.
All right.
Well, what do you think? Should we introduce what we're going to talk about, or
Alpha first? He's our
Alpha
friend.
first? Yeah, definitely. All right,
Happy
Alpha
birthday.
it is.
Happy birthday, Alpha. And in fact, Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Great for birthday craze. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's a great time to enjoy the day. Happy birthday, Alpha.
Oh, love it. Love it. That was great, Bonnie. Happy birthday, Alpha. Hope you enjoyed that, buddy.
Love you.
All right. All right. Of course, we had to wish our good friend Alpha. I'm sorry?
Marcus Walker just messaged.
Oh, sweet. I haven't actually gotten to that part yet. I hate to say. Let's try and get there. Yeah, Marcus has been keeping tabs lately, ever since some of my latest videos on the terrible tragedy that we all went through. And just a moment here, because like I said, he was
precious.
I know. And even then, the story's still not over yet, but that'll be for another day, maybe. But anyway, for Marcus, awesome. Love that. Here we go. I'm back on. All right. Well, today we got something very special lined up for you, because as we all know, we love movies and TV shows. And it's easy to see what's good, what's bad, and sometimes we're on the fence on that one, because it's an opinions thing. Some like it, some hate it. We all know the drill. No harm there. But there's one thing that nobody ever bothers to ask. Can a bad movie be saved? So that's what this live stream's going to be about. We're going to see if we can figure out, can something be saved? We'll be going through several of films that we're familiar with, or at least that we know. Oh, 1 second. Our friend Jonathan's coming in.
Yay!
Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, everyone.
Hey. Well, Jonathan,
great to be here.
You know what the live stream is? Yep. Good to see you.
Yeah. Should it be saved?
Yeah. So, of course, I want to make something. I want to tell everybody what the deal is here. We're going to go through some movies that we're familiar with, or at least have seen, unfortunately. And I really use that word for a reason. And see, can a film be saved when it's truly bad or moderately bad? And maybe we'll even go through stuff that is good, but can it be improved? That's a question worth asking. And
now that's a good question.
Yep. And I want to give you all a little heads up, because I don't think everybody's going to stick around that long for the big announcement. And I know you know what I'm talking about. Believe it or not, this live stream is, in a way, a promotional tool here, because, truth be told, we are starting a new segment. Can it be saved? And this is the first episode. We may cover a lot. We may cover not as much. But, I think we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. And you know what? If anybody's watching, and I'm sure you are, and I know my good friend Professor Dreamer is probably going to show up. He's always got some very good suggestions. And so if anybody has any suggestions of a bad movie that, to ask, can it be saved? Please, by all means, write it in the comments, because I want to take notes for future reference. because later on we'll be doing videos where we talk about them and can they be saved and more in fuller detail. And it may be one of us, it may be two of us, might be all of us, might be here, might be there, might be anywhere. It's going to be pretty random because this is brand new. So let's get into it. So let's have some fun. Okay.
Showtime.
All right. Who wants?
You start.
Oh, me.
What could be saved?
Well, let's see. I'm going to start with a pretty basic one. Let me think here. Okay. Just for the heck of it, I'm going to start with Power Rangers 2017. I know, folks. I know, but I got to cover it anyway. Because as much as I liked it, and I did, it did have some pretty serious problems. And Jonathan, you've seen it.
Oh, yeah. I've seen it twice. And yes, it is a good movie, but in my opinion, it does not top the 1995 movie.
No, and it never will, I can assure you. Any Power Ranger fan can definitely agree on that one. Even ones who've never seen it could probably agree with it if they, got around to seeing the original film. But anyway, yeah, in this case, I'll try to touch a little base on there because there is a ton to go through. Again, this is why we're touching base rather than going in deep. Marcus saw it and I hated it.
Marcus Walker. He said, Marcus Walker said, I saw it and I hate it.
Oof.
Well, I can't say I blame you, Marcus, because it did have some problems. In fact, one of my friends, DHR, said that it had one very big problem, a plot problem. And that was the fact that the plot was all over the place. And it really was. I'm not kidding. It really was all over the place. There was the question of, is Trini a lesbian in that one? They tried shoehorning that in there to be political, supposedly, because as far as I'm concerned, they've never really, truly touched that. All I got out of that was stereotypical teenage drama. My parents don't understand me speech. And somehow to people that translates, I am gay. How? I'm sorry. I'm not good with reading between the lines. I won't lie about that. But I'm sorry?
I was saying, how could this possible? I mean, they didn't even give us a good explanation in order to reveal it. Unless they were supposed to save it for that canceled sequel, which of course it's canceled and didn't happen.
Well, it could be. And I'll admit, there was that line where she says, yeah, boyfriend troubles. And Zach says, girlfriend troubles? He was asking. And then she says, my parents don't understand me. That's about it. So, and yeah, I'm sorry, guys. But, there's better. I mean, maybe they were going to lean towards that, but I'm sorry. I need confirmation on this. I cannot go with that between the lines. Do your own interpretation, play a guessing game. I don't do that. I mean, there are times they'll give some good hints that definitely that we can definitely say that they are leaning towards that, but that's not one of them. I'm sorry. But let's move on from that. That's one of the biggest problems. The plot was all over the place. And, there was all kinds of issues going on with everybody in there with their problems. And the biggest problem, without a doubt, was the fact that the plot, well, they were focused way too much on character building. It literally took over 95% of the whole movie. Now, character development is a good thing, but
that almost sounds like Fan Force suck almost.
Yeah, pretty much. And the problem is character building is a good thing, but the problem is Power Rangers, the characters are well built up throughout history. And sure, I know that they were trying to go for something different, but the problem is, you can't harp on that through the whole movie. You could do little bits here and there, and maybe for like a good, the first half, I would say, would be a good way to roll, I think, when it comes to that sort of thing. But the problem is it went through the whole picture. That was a serious problem. I mean, I liked the character development, but they went way too far. I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, say that it would have been better that if they became Power Rangers and morphed in the middle, in the middle of between Act 1 and Act 2. Just like almost similar to in Batman Begins.
Yep. And that was another problem. And of course, one big problem, the Zords. 2 of them were good. Well, 3 at best. Like the Triceratops was okay, except for having 6 legs. The pterodactyl was awesome, and the saber tiger was cool, but the T-Rex had machine gun arms, and that mastodon, he looks like a bug with tusks. A bug with tusks.
What?
No. And yes, Bonnie, I'll have to show you a picture of that later. No.
That part. Especially the mascot. Looks 10 times better.
And Professor Dreamer's on too.
Oh, that's great.
Why did Rita look like she raided the wardrobe of Jade from Mortal Kombat?
Oh,
was it that
you
bad?
got a point there. I never thought of that. Yeah.
I am not too familiar with Mortal Kombat, so I don't know who Jade is.
I do. I'm familiar with the games and the movies. Beforehand there were 2, now there are 3. So yeah, I know. Let's see. Professor, good to see you, my friend. Well, you know what? I hope you got some ideas for us, because we'll be making future videos on this. So let's see. I know some ways to save bad movies. Make sure to put lots of effort and care into movies and give them heart, and dedicated as well. Oh, sorry. It jumped.
That was fun, Deb.
And do them carefully and slowly. You are so right.
Hey, Sky Stub.
Oh, hey, bro.
Hey.
Oh,
Stub.
Yes. I'm
Clarence.
sorry. My bro just said he's going to miss Clarence, a.k.a. Ranger Trevette from Walker, Texas Ranger. He died this week. Yeah.
Let's give a moment.
Yeah, let's. Yeah, I loved the series Walker. It was a great show. And he was great on Matlock, too. So, yeah.
It's not the last movie.
You got something there.
I'm a huge fan of Avatar, so here are a couple ways to save it.
I'm a fan. Okay, Bonnie, go.
Okay, you said this one before, and perhaps it's a good point. Get rid of Shyamalan, or in this case, get another director to co-direct with Shyamalan, so that his ego's in check.
Yeah,
and
that's
also,
for sure.
Don't make him the writer and producer, which he was. He was the writer and producer, which explains why the script is like a Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
And also, you've got some actors that are capable, but you got to give them some direction. The kid, Noah, give Noah some credit, who plays Aang. He looks and even behaves like Aang off stage, but he's not allowed to be Aang. Oh, and go back to the real name pronunciations. Get some people who know how to do effects and make the characters live. We were talking about character development. This badly needed character development.
It does need more development.
Yeah.
So
what could have been better? What could have been better is that let the creators of the original show from Nickelodeon be the producers involved in that movie.
Totally.
They know what they're doing.
Testify.
Yeah. And you know what?
And make Zuko's scar more visible. Don't make it look like a sunburn.
I know. Yeah. And I'll give you one thing. Be true to the source material, which this was not. This was, in the words of Watch Mojo, and this is one of the few things I agree with them on, it was M. Night Shyamalan saying, "Isn't mine so much better?"
The only things I'm going to give credit is that the only credit I can give is the location, some of the special effects, and mostly the music. The music
I give the
so good.
I give the martial arts action credit.
Yeah,
That
and
too.
these were martial artists. I mean, the kid playing Aang was a martial artist, so
Sure.
he clearly knew what he was doing in that.
Oh yeah.
It's too bad that whenever he was supposed to bend the elements, it didn't even look like it, or the
Oh yeah.
special effects team was too late. Oh, and this was on a budget of, should I say it?
Go ahead.
It was on a budget of 150 million.
Wow. I say that not only it deserves to be saved but in this kind of subject, but also this deserves a fan subscription video.
Hey, oh, so much more. And message to Netflix if you're watching, and since you are rebooting Avatar, do it justice. Do the characters justice. Make them live, and don't make them walking exposition mouths, or make it an encyclopedia so much more entertaining. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Totally.
let the creators of the original show, the creators of the original show, let them be producers of that. And also, maybe I think it would be also great if Dante Bosco would reprise the role of Zuko. Did you watch one of the videos of the Nostalgia Critic that involved Avatar: The Last Airbender? He was a special guest, and he looks great in that cosplay of Zuko, and the makeup. I gotta give a round of applause for that. This is a lot better than M. Night Shyamalan did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty
right.
bad when $150 million budget movie could not do it compared to I don't know how much budget the Nostalgia Critic has show.
I don't know. It's always a mystery to me.
And
But
yeah, that makeup looked amazing. Though I don't think Zuko's go. I don't think Dante Bosco's going to reprise the role, but it'd be cool to have him back.
it would.
I know.
So
Because
fingers crossed on the actors.
Oh,
And they got the Savage Man coming back.
Oh yeah.
Because,
and you know what that
I'm gonna say this. Dante Bosco's Zuko, this is the best role from Dante Bosco since Rufio.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and you know what? Now that you mentioned that, it reminds me of something that I never thought about before, but it needs to be said. I don't want to double back, but I'm afraid this has got to be said. For Power Rangers 2017, there was one thing that needs to be brought up, and that's the fact that when you got that very brief cameo with Jason David Frank and Amy Jo Johnson, and I mean very brief, a little bit more if you count the special features because there was a deleted scene. Well, get this. They had to ask to be brought in. I'm not kidding. What?
They had to ask?
Yes, they actually practically had to audition to get in. What the hell? Seriously. It is practical. I'm sorry. Maybe there's no standard. Maybe there's no standard for this, but it's practically an unwritten rule that when you're doing a movie based off of a TV series, let's see, try to get original cast to make cameo appearance. You find them and beg them to come, not the other way around.
That's like that's like asking Tobey Maguire to audition to be part of No Way Home.
Right?
That's just stupid.
Exactly.
Oh, and you said that was for very brief. Make
it was barely half a
for
second.
Goodness sake, you've got the main cast there.
Yeah, it's enough. Instead of a cameo, they could have just been parents of the other Kimberly Hart.
I know. That would have been so perfect.
Or
that would have been a great passing of the torch.
Them.
But they blew it.
That would have been fan service. And let Walter Jones be Billy's dad, David Jones be the science teacher or something from Angel Grove High School. Let Austin St. John be the dad of the other Jason. And Sui Trang, may she rest in peace, let be the ancestor of the other, either the other Zach or the other Trini.
Interesting. Oh, DHR. I'm glad to see you here, man. I'm
What
surprised.
really bugged me is why they used Avatar and not name it Severia. Hmm? Hey, they actually begged Maguire to be back, though. Well, to their credit, they begged Toby to come back, but you said for the 2017. But in comparison, in the 2017 Power Rangers movie, Jason David Frank had to audition to get in there. That is the
and Amy Jo Johnson, and they're the most legendary ones of them all.
That's
just ever.
I mean, two of the best couples.
Our friend Joshua Oro's here.
Sorry, it took me. I was finishing my dinner.
I love Toby Spidey. He's my favorite. He was my childhood. Yep. He was awesome.
He is too.
And I would say the only thing to fix in No Way Home is, add Venom in there.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not talking. And I'm not talking about Topher Grace Venom, though.
The other one,
redemptive arc. He
Hardy.
could use
redemptive arc. Tom Hardy.
Yeah, Tom Hardy. Then
he's great.
And the fearsome, or I forget how they were called. Well, basically the six would be complete.
Insidious Six.
Yes, that they'd be complete, and
Sinister Six.
Oh, and also get Miles Morales in there somehow. They could do it.
Maybe that will happen in the fourth one. Who knows?
And maybe one thing to fix in there. Don't make Sandman the villain, because he's not really a villain.
Not in this story.
Yeah,
no.
he's kind of like what the anime did with Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's see what else could be fixed. Oh yeah, I mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention it again. One thing that could be fixed: the 2019 Lion King movie could be fixed if they kept him Be Prepared,
instead of making it a monologue.
Yeah.
And it sounded like a beatnik poem the way he did it too.
Really is an ear great, and also, I give the characters emotion, and also some of the voice actors actually sound like they're doing a monotone. And I'm not talking James Earl Jones. I'm talking
no, of course not.
I forget what the actor for Scar is.
You tell Ejiofor.
Yeah. He was just too monotone for the role, and the character is supposed to be ranged.
Yeah.
So I couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or not.
Maybe.
So yeah, that's something major to fix. Is the voice acting and
really.
I am back with that cast of Scar for the live action remake. I mean, he's no Jeremy Irons, but the way how he does it, it does sound. There are times that he sounds kind of intimidating, like the way he talks to Robbie.
George, don't do that. Come on.
A little more character development.
Hey, me and Alpha like Simba, like the 2019 Lion King. Hey guys.
Yeah.
Hey Alpha.
And Tom Holland's Spidey was okay.
It's Benjamin Fletcher, his friend. So
that's kind of the point.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
That's okay. But yeah, don't get us wrong, man. We like the Lion King. It's just that it could use some improvements.
But you can't say that the original had some flaws too, you know.
Oh, no, of course not. No movie's perfect.
In fact, Jeremy Irons did have a little problem during the Be Prepared song. I mean, he was losing his voice.
Oh, yeah, poor fellow.
And they had to get Jim Cummings to sing the rest of it.
That guy was flawless. I mean, you couldn't really tell the difference.
Yeah, that guy can imitate almost anybody.
Maybe if you try hard enough, you could hear something. But
even though I enjoy the live action remake, I still do love the original version.
So do I.
Yeah.
And
also, I loved Seth Rogen and the live-action Timon's Hakuna Matata song. I mean, I couldn't help sing along with it.
It did have some pretty good humor in that.
So I think that one thing that I'd also fix, dub Seth Rogen, please. Oh my gosh, he cannot sing.
Yeah. Can't.
But the rest of the song is good.
Yeah.
I like it with Donald Glover and who's Timon's actor again? Eichmann?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Bill Eichmann or
I can't remember either, unfortunately.
Timon.
I don't remember it.
Both Donald Glover and the guy playing Timon both sound great.
Yeah.
And also Beyonce, she's a pretty good Nala.
She is.
Oh yeah. And she has a really good singing voice.
Oh, Benjamin, you were not disrespectful
Oh
whatsoever.
no, man. That's that's what we're all here for, man.
Yeah,
we're
all gonna have opinions. We're all gonna disagree on something. Billy Eichner, thank you.
Yeah, and you know what, man? It's all right. Don't worry about it. We can agree to disagree. That's the way I go. And I mean, heck, I don't agree with everything that. I mean, heck, we're still debating over a troll in Central Park here. So yeah.
I mean, I agree. It's one of the weakest films of Don Bluth's career, but I agree that there are three things that redeem it these days.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, Dom DeLuise as Stanley.
Totally.
The villain song, Queen of Mean,
and
that Absolutely Green song. Those are the only things that redeem it.
Forgot the fourth item.
Fourth?
It's gorgeously animated.
Definitely.
Well, yeah, but the story could have been better.
Yeah, it was the middle part that was pretty poorly done. I mean, because it's all
even I can't deny it.
If they explored more of Stanley looking through New York and maybe wanting to restore the nature, maybe he sees a tree dying, he can restore it. The kids take him around New York, take him around Central Park, or he also takes them through this magical world. And occasionally Norga intervenes.
And also the villain, he's not much of a threat to me. She's laughable.
Well, yeah.
Because that's Cloris Leachman for you.
Yeah, that's true.
And you brought this up, movie fan. I think it's never explained how Stanley and Ganorga are the only trolls with the thumb power.
I know, yeah. It's funny that never came up.
Get this, that Guy Stubbs said Oro equals Zorro.
Oh.
You think I don't know that?
DHR, please. I wanted to avoid that because I figure you could say that better than me, but I will I'll try to see if I can squeeze a video in on that, a short one, because that was disgraceful. Someone made a joke over his passing,
That's like joking about Robin Williams' death.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not a Power Rangers fan, but from how everybody's reacting, how everybody feels about it, that's the equivalent of joking about Robin Williams' death.
The latest death actress is more of an impact to me. Irene Cara, rest in peace.
Oh yeah, I heard about her.
I'm
so sorry to hear that.
And I just can't believe it. First Sally Kellerman, and now Irene Cara. Seriously, how many more actors from that Happily Ever After film have to pass away this year?
Well, considering the Trek run we've been getting this year, it seems like just about everybody from the golden age or of anything has been going.
Let's just hope that Tracy Ullman or Malcolm McDowell are not next.
Oh, boy. I hope some bigger names like, please forgive me for saying this, James Earl Jones, I hope he's not next on the list. Oh.
Please not Dick Van Dyke. He's awesome.
Oh, definitely not him. We need him.
Let's go on a happier note.
Let's move on, please. I'm sorry.
The
Marcus,
Star Wars sequel trilogy has lots of room for improvement. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yeah. I mean, I love I like some of the Star Wars sequels, but
it seems like a great idea.
I don't know if I told you guys that I made a top 11 Star Wars characters a few years ago, and Rey made it to the top for me.
I can see why.
because she seems like the potential to lead a next generation of Jedis.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
Alpha
sad
just
thing
sent us
is,
something.
it feels like the plot does not go where much, and by the end of the 9th movie, it feels all rushed.
Yeah, it does.
Look on the bright side. Power Rangers wasn't made by or directed by Michael Bay. Uwe Boll.
Oh, thank you, Professor.
Yeah,
Uwe
and I pray that the next the next Transformers movie is as good as Nightformers.
Yeah, and I saw a trailer for that. I'm excited
and
to
yes,
see that.
Nightformers is a term, because Travis Knight directed Bumblebee. That's why I call it Nightformers.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah.
Oh, here
the
he
same
comes.
guy who directed Kubo.
Yeah.
Hey, and I swear, all the Uwe Boll movies, the only way I could really think to fix those movies is if he doesn't direct them or write them.
Yes, it is, DHR. It's become 2016 all over again this year.
Even though that was considered the year of animal movies.
Oh, I don't mean that. I'm sorry. I mean celebrity deaths.
Well, yeah, but I get that too. But still, you get what I mean. 2016 was the year of animal movies.
Yeah, it was. It was. That's right. Yeah. That's the good thing for me, because I'll take that over the other thing,
Yeah. But good thing I still see the positives at times.
Yeah. Well, Joshua, since you're here, do you have any movies that you think could be saved, possibly improved?
Let me see. I'm not totally sure. Well, it's kind of hard to think about because there's so many out there. You can't really tell what can be or what can't, whether being bad or good and all. But
okay. Well, okay, we'll give you a minute there. Jonathan, do you have any suggestions?
Well, I do have 2 good suggestions. Well, in one topic, and those are Batman Returns and Batman and Robin.
Yeah,
Not sure how Batman Returns could be improved. I thought it was good.
I mean, I thought it was a pretty decent origin, even though Mask of the Phantasm had a good origin plot too. But
true. Yeah, the sad thing about that film is it's criminally underrated.
Yeah, the only animated Batman film, aside from the Lego Batman film, to get a theatrical release.
Lego Batman was awesome. Batman and Robin, you said that's, Jonathan, I think you said that somebody took control of it instead of Joel Schumacher.
That's what they all say.
So give the control back to Joel Schumacher. For one,
I was saying that Joel Schumacher took over after Tim Burton left.
Oh yeah.
Where's that ding dong thumbnail?
Well,
here it is.
The thing is that, even that I like Batman Returns for what it is, there are things that need to be improved. I mean, check out the fan description video of what if Harvey Dent was in Batman Returns.
Yeah. Yeah, and with Batman Returns, my issue mostly was the fact of Catwoman. I mean, the actress playing her was all right, but, again, why does her costume look like Frankenstein lent her his staples to make his monster? I mean, why does it look like that? That doesn't fit. And I'm sorry, but her being thrown out of a window and all of a sudden she thinks that she has 9 lives and all of a sudden she does martial arts better than Batman when she was just practically a secretary. That's not Catwoman. I'm sorry. No.
At least it's not Halle Berry.
No, you got me there. You got me there. That's worse. That was worse.
By the way, did any of you guys see this Batman movie?
I saw a part of it. I got bored within 5 minutes.
I saw it in theaters with one of my friends, and I'm still, while it was good, I'm curious, why make it 3 hours long? I mean, we know that Avengers Endgame was the last superhero film to do that, and that one was, I think, was handled better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know why it was. I don't know why it was 3 out of 2.
Professor Dreamer, he just said you should also do Dragon Ball Evolution.
Well, that film was like one of the worst live-action anime films. I mean, I take Speed Racer over that film.
Totally.
I haven't seen the original Dragon Ball series, but nothing about Dragon Ball Evolution looks remotely like Dragon Ball.
And the special effects are just cheap. And why get Emmy Rossum to play Bulma?
I mean, she's a good actress, but this is not for her.
Oh, God.
And was it too much to, I don't know, not get an American actor, but get an Asian actor? Really?
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, I was never a huge fan of the Dragon Ball series or Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Z Kai. I never was. I mean, I like it, but I never could get into it like everybody else does. But, oh my God, stay true to the source material. That was definitely...
Be like Speed Racer. Or be like Pokemon Detective Pikachu.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how to fix Dragon Ball Evolution.
Exactly. Stay true to the source material.
Oh, Professor Dreamer.
Batman Robin.
Not to mention...
As for Batman Robin, remove all of the ice punch.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Jonathan?
I was saying that as for Batman and Robin, as usual, remove all of the ice punch. Make Bane more terrifying like the comic book counterpart. And, well, I would not say really terrifying, but the way that we know from the comics and later from Batman the animated series. Make Bane like that, not being like a goof henchman who always growls and groans like Victor Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah. And you know the sad thing is, he was actually pretty spot on to Bane himself because, you know, he did Venom, unlike the other Bane, which he was just really strong and had a mask that made him not feel pain. I'll give him the backbreaker thing. That he's more noted for that, just because that was his big entrance. He broke the Batman, you know? But I'm sorry, but he's supposed to be a steroid freak, for crying out loud. And he's not, and that's the only thing they got right in that movie. It really is. And yet, another thing, with Batman and Robin, there was one thing they could do that would definitely save it, and it does fall on par with what you said, Jonathan. Don't make it so comedic. I mean, jokes like Batman saying, "This is why Superman works alone." Really?
I know.
Really? That's not Batman.
Before the Wall canceled Superman Lives movie, which did not happen at all. It was canceled.
No, definitely not.
Oh, Skystub. Did you know Akira Toriyama wanted to direct Dragon Ball Evolution? Why didn't they let him?
Yeah.
You tell me.
Were you just not wanting to? Did you just want to keep the Japanese as far away from this American movie as possible, or something? That probably would have worked if he had directed. I would think.
Professor Dreamer has one. Talk about Disney's 2014 Maleficent. Okay, one way to fix that is don't make the fairies dumbed down, and maybe wait a couple years to release it, because the fact that this came out literally 1 year after Frozen kind of spoils the act of true love saving the day. Whereas it doesn't come from the prince. Oh, and don't make the princess boring, for goodness sake.
Yeah. And
makes me wonder what Dakota feels about her sister being a princess.
That's a question.
And make King Stefan's transformation more believable, more understanding.
And why Diablo turning into a dragon? Why can't Maleficent do it herself?
I know, that's her most iconic thing.
I mean, did Disney remember one of the scenes in the movie Enchanted when the queen turned into a dragon? That could have learned from that.
I mean, Narissa turning into a dragon, like not Grimhilda.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what they were thinking with that. I mean,
yeah, that's it.
I mean, what were they thinking? I'm sorry.
They wouldn't let Kira direct it because they know he's the creator. I did not even watch Maleficent. I do not watch remakes that don't stay true to the original.
Good for you, man. Seriously.
Well, in a way, Maleficent is and isn't a remake in a way. I mean, it's more like a film with the villain's point of view.
It's a reinterpretation, and actually a decent reinterpretation.
Reboot.
But
I mean, it is and isn't.
My Wicked, I can get that credit.
It definitely.
But then again, it is better than another film where a villain has their own backstory. You know that. Better than Rob Zombie's Halloween, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What is?
I haven't seen
Maleficent is better than Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Yes, Rob Zombie directed a Halloween movie
in 2007.
Yeah.
Since we're on the live action subject, you guys. I mean, well, I think you've seen this, Joshua, already. I don't think you movie fan or Jonathan have seen this one yet. Disney's live action Pinocchio. I think what could be fixed about that is, well, don't make the fairy pointless, and also, the nose growing is to show that lying is wrong, not to get Pinocchio out of trouble, and good grief, the effect. I personally think the effects for Monstro just look no. And also for Pleasure Island, make Pinocchio. Don't be afraid to make Pinocchio bad, because there were times where he had a guilty pleasure in being bad. And that's how kids were supposed to learn from this. They had to learn from him growing. But at the same time, I don't think that remake.
Still, well, I am glad about the smoking ban. I mean, the only flaw that I can point out is that some parts were a little bit rushed. And I'm glad they didn't show that nightmare fuel at the Red Lobster Inn. You know that. Like, you know, the part where the coachman does that demonic face. I'm glad that was taken out.
Me too. And there was one thing that they did that I want remakes to do. They show you Pinocchio thinking about his choice. They didn't do that with Beauty and the Beast. They didn't do that with The Lion King. Remakes, here's another way to be fixed. Show the character taking a minute and thinking about their decision before actually doing it.
Here's one from Professor Dreamer, the animated Ratchet Clank movie. I never knew they made one.
I knew that since 2016. Animat put it in his top 5 worst animated films of 2016. And
I haven't heard of it.
Was it that bad?
Well, I never watched it, but when I found out about it, I didn't really give it too much thought since I never played the games.
Yeah, me either. I mean, I know of them. Who doesn't? They're pretty well known, but yeah. Since we're not familiar with them, Professor, I'm afraid we'll have to either be daring enough to look it up one of these days or something. So, but at the moment we can't. And oh my God, Marcus Walker brought up the RoboCop reboot. Oh, what were they thinking? You know,
that's a Fantastic Four movie.
Oh, that Fan Four suck movie.
I mean, yeah, and this brings up to mind another thing. When a movie is good, that is legendary, like RoboCop was, don't remake it. There's no reason to remake it other than to get a buck. I know.
However, my fingers are going to be crossed for when the Fantastic Four meet Spider-Man.
Me too. They've got
Okay,
Tom
yeah,
Holland,
I'll
so
give you that one.
I'm
That we
optimistic.
go with, just because it
I
hasn't happened yet in theaters.
Great. I would
Because
love
it
to
worked,
see-
because both
I
franchises
would love
took place
to
in New
see
York. So
Fantastic Four.
that's why my fingers are crossed for that upcoming movie.
yeah. For
Sweet.
Fan Four Stick 2015, what they should have done was make them do something. Because they spend a good hour and 20 minutes doing absolutely nothing. They're kind of getting to know each other, but barely, and they're
At
not
least
even
the original
they're not even made
films are a
interesting.
little better.
Yeah, the 2003 movie, despite having a lot of
Actually, it was
cheesiness to it,
yeah.
it has the better
What
development.
Jonathan's trying to say is that the original Fantastic Four movie was released in 2005.
2005.
That's what I
Sorry.
was going to say.
Now, I'm going to take
And the
some notes
sequel
on ones to
made
cover.
that.
Though I'm kind of curious why they made the sequel PG when the first one was PG-13.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Which one are we on?
Fan Four Suck.
Oh, the 2015
Good
one or
one,
the earlier models?
2015.
Oh, that one.
The other two are, the other ones are Fantastic Four. 2015, because it has the four in the middle of it, might as well be called Fan Four Suck.
Well, the first Fantastic Four I found to be kind of boring, but at the same time, it did have something going for it. The sequel, on the other hand, Rise of the Silver Surfer, that did have a lot of great stuff, but one very big problem: Galactus. He was not what he was supposed to be. He's supposed to be an alien
right?
that stands taller than the tallest skyscraper. He's not supposed to be a cloud of dust. I'm sorry. Try to be true to the source material again,
Oh, Sky Stub and Marcus.
The 2005 film, Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
No, not Marcus. Professor Dreamer are saying 2020 Mulan movie.
I haven't seen
Okay,
it.
I don't know if I told you guys this before, but I'm not the biggest fan of the 1998 movie. I mean, it's kind of like, out of all the films from the Disney Renaissance, Mulan is not my favorite at all. Because of all the, sexism in it.
Oh, yeah. I
like how they treat women like lower than men.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is true to the Far East even now. But
and also another reason why I'm not the biggest fan is because of Chifu. Chifu is just a big douchebag.
Shifu.
The Emperor's Council.
Oh, him, yeah.
Occasionally, I thought he was funny, but other than that, sometimes you have to have a jerk to make your point. And well, what I liked about this particular, what I liked about the original Mulan was that she did it to save her father.
Right, but
for the 2020 Mulan,
Mushu was awesome.
What was her clause to fight again? Was it to save her father or to be better? And on top of that, I think the actress for Mulan, she's too stoic and monotone.
And during that film, like the reason why they treat her like an outcast because of her talent with chi.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't make sense.
What's the big deal for that? You can't argue about something that was passed down to you.
No.
And
you know what?
On top of that, the way that she got revealed was probably one of the dumbest things I've seen so far. I mean, I like the backdrop music, but she reveals herself on purpose instead of gets caught.
Yeah, from what you told me about that, Bonnie, it sounded more like when Forrest Gump was running and his leg shackles came off.
Because she's pretty much like, I can't lie anymore. I'm a woman. I'm not a man. It's not like, oh, she's a woman. Oh my gosh, how did I not see that? It's like, I am a woman.
Yeah, I agree.
So if they fixed that part, or heck, I think the original legend showed that she fought anyways, despite being a woman. That they had to learn to accept her in the army.
And I don't know if you guys know this, but originally Mushu was this close to getting his own song, but it didn't survive past the storyboards.
Huh. That's too bad.
I mean, his song was going to be called Keep 'Em Guessing.
Haven't heard of it.
I wonder how that would have worked.
I mean, you should check it out. That storyboard deleted song is on YouTube still, and it may be featured on a few DVD versions too. It takes place during that scene where Mulan meets him in the bamboo grove.
Professor Dreamer's got one.
I need to check that out.
Oh, which
Let's
one?
see. The Professor Dreamer suggests the Haunted Mansion movie needs to be saved. Boy.
Oh yeah.
That's another film that I didn't mind either, because I liked a lot of the Easter eggs, but then again, sometimes I know it's not perfect either, but still,
it's not perfect. It is too much comedy, but not much of a scare.
Yeah.
Well, there are a lot of jump scares from Ramsley, that's for sure.
I think that one of the things they needed to do was change some of the actors, because some of the actors just don't deliver. Like, I forget who was in the Globe.
You mean Leota? She's played by Jennifer Tilly.
Yeah. Replace her. Replace Jennifer Tilly. She's a great actress, but I'm sorry, she's
no Eleanor Audley. I know.
Well, not just that, but she's not mysterious. She's not scary.
Never seen that one.
You got to get somebody with that kind of voice. Mysterious, scary.
Yeah,
you don't know if she's on your side or not. Like, who could deliver on that?
And replace Eddie Murphy with Will Smith. That would have been better.
That would have been. I mean, that would have been cool.
Even a description deal of what if we fix the Haunted Mansion. That video from Transcription is really fantastic, really worth watching. Another request. Disney's Chicken Little movie needs to be fixed.
Guilty pleasure. I mean, I blogged Chicken Little for Father's Day already, despite the fact that I'm not the biggest fan of that holiday anymore.
Why not?
Because my father, he's very unreasonable at times.
Sorry to hear that.
But still,
excuse me.
What the hey was that noise? In the words of Lone Star.
That's his phone. And I mean, I do like a few things about Chicken Little, but I don't like the townfolk.
I mean, there are only two characters in Chicken Little who I despise, according to my blog: Buck Cluck and Foxy Loxy.
I really don't like Buck Cluck.
I'm gonna have to duck out for a little bit. I'll be back.
That his actor is dead, but I just can't believe that Foxy's actress became a Shrek Cinderella.
Okay, so I mean, they're competent actors. I mean, I like that they're competent actors. I mean, and to be fair, they are capable. They do show that they're capable, and I'm not gonna blame the animation on this, even though
it was Disney's first time doing CGI by themselves.
So we'll give them a break on that.
I mean, yeah, and besides, Dinosaur does not count because they had some help from the secret labs.
That's true. Well, when Movie Fan comes back, I've got a huge one that I'd love to see. I don't think Channel Awesome's going to see this one, but I'd love to see if they could fix this one. Or if anybody could fix this one at all, because it's a bad one.
And also, according to behind the scenes, Chicken Little was originally going to be female.
Yeah,
really?
And in most stories, Chicken Little was female.
Yeah, and also they were originally going to send Chicken Little to a camp where he would meet his best friends, and the villain would be like a wolf in sheep's clothing, a literal wolf in sheep's clothing. It was not originally going to be a sci-fi movie.
It actually sounds a bit better, honestly.
And it's also weird when you think about it that the director of Chicken Little originally did Emperor's New Groove and Cats Don't Dance.
That does make a little bit more sense about the comedy speed.
better than what we got in the end.
So they made Chicken Little weird. Yeah.
But it's also weird that Chicken Little was added into Kingdom Hearts 2 at last minute as a summon.
What?
Wait.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow. Oh. Is he coming back?
I don't see him.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I haven't seen either.
Oh, Benjamin thinks there's another movie that should be fixed. What is it?
What is it, Benjamin?
Fire away, Ben.
Hey. So he also says that he liked Chicken Little, but agreed on how bad of a dad Buck Cluck was. Professor Dreamer, I agree with you guys. Trying to make people suicide is not amusing.
Oh, live action Kim Possible.
Live action Kim Possible. Oh my gosh.
I blogged that one for the show's 20th anniversary, and I mean, yeah, it does have a few problems, but I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, it's a little bit modernized compared to the TV show.
I think one of the things that needs to be fixed. I mean, I won't hate on the actress too much. But they should have given her facial direction because she barely emoted the right thing, and oh my gosh, the writing and flips at the wrong moment, and they didn't feel natural. I mean, just nothing about. I mean, in the animated one, it felt like it was her, but in the live action, for some reason, it felt like she was required to do that. You're not supposed to. I mean, you're not supposed to show that it was required. You're supposed to behave like it was. I mean, like it was natural. She doesn't. But I'll give credit to the guy playing Ron. He's awesome.
And also CGI Rufus looked pretty cute. Maybe it's just me, but you know.
I don't know. I never saw it, so.
But I'm glad they might have got. I think they got Nancy Cartwright to revocalize him.
Atlantis. Are you talking the first one, or the crappy sequel, direct-to-video sequel nobody talks about?
Oh gosh.
I think he's talking about.
I know about that movie's history a little bit. I mean, like, I know that the first Atlantis bombed. And Atlantis 2 was originally supposed to be a TV show.
Oh, yeah, that explains
it. Kind of like the other film that Bonnie and I hate that was also set to become a TV show but failed to do so and became a 3-parter, a 3-episode movie.
Oh, no.
Yeah, check out Petty Argument.
But anyway, like... But still, it's kind of hard to believe that Atlantis had some help from Tad Stone, the creator of Darkwing Duck.
That is surprising.
Wow.
That is very surprising.
Atlantis, the first one, I haven't seen it all the way through, but that animation is phenomenal. I saw the Crystal Room scene, and oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That music, that animation, it's like, whoo!
Yeah, and it also... Looking at it now, hearing Michael J. Fox's voice from Milo makes me feel bad for how he is now due to his stuttering problem. And Cree Summer, I mean, I like her performance as Kida. I mean, she's a phenomenal voice actress.
Oh, she is.
And I'm glad I put Kida on my top 11 other Disney princesses. And when I mean other, I mean the ones who didn't make the lineup.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh,
and also, you know that her dad is played by Leonard Nimoy.
Definitely.
Really? That's right. Yeah.
Played by Spock.
That's right. I forgot that was him.
Oh, cool.
And that was before he became Xehanort.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
What was up, John?
Oh, that's it. I was saying that I heard that Space Jam 2 also needs to be fixed.
I haven't seen it. The only thing I would say is no Porky rap.
I mean, I like the different varieties of animation for Space Jam 2. And also, Sylvester made a big mistake of getting the wrong Michael Jordan.
Well,
yeah.
Michael Jordan wasn't that good of an actor anyway. I mean, I know that he wasn't acting, quote unquote, but
No, not
still,
really.
but still, he never looked like he was looking at the characters or acting like anything affected him. Like, there's a moment where he gets heavily stamped. He doesn't act like he got knocked out. He acts like he's just annoyed.
Leonard Nimoy, may rest in peace.
Yeah, Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah. I can't.
Practice. But yeah.
Okay, Dreamer, we need to say something right now. I've seen the live action Inspector Gadget before I ever known about the Deke cartoon. So
Oh God.
You can't blame me for that, okay?
No. You're not getting blamed for that necessarily at all.
It's all good. It's all good.
But now that I know about the show, I can understand that. But still, they did what they did to Claw is kind of what they did with the Onceler in the 2012 Lorax. That we clearly see them.
Oh,
but
yeah, there was.
They did
I
nothing.
think the main thing they should have done was
yeah.
And Matthew Broderick is technically no gadget all the time. I mean, he's kind of acts a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
I'm bored a lot of the time.
I mean, if anything, French Stewart was a better gadget.
Yeah.
To some degree, he was a little more true to the source material. I can't deny that, even though I think that movie was worse. But yeah.
If they brought him in instead of Matthew Broderick, then I think it could have been slightly better. And also recast Dr. Claw, because I'm sorry, Rupert Everett's a great actor, but he's
very hammy.
Yeah, if they got somebody like Christopher Lee to be Dr. Claw, that'd be frightening.
Yeah, but also the sequels, Dr. Claw sounds, well, he's no Frank Welker, but he sounds too much like Robert Englund.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the sequels. So.
I've seen clips.
They do hide him a bit like in the cartoon.
Yeah, and that's pretty annoying.
But we still see him physically, but we don't see his face.
Well,
yeah, that I find to be annoying just because.
Claws that you do see his face.
Well, in the cartoon, we only see Claw's arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and with all honesty, I mean, granted, that is more true that you don't see Dr. Claw, but the thing is, you showed him in the first film. Hiding him now is just virtually pointless. So, yeah. I mean, it's just like, yeah, it's just pointless to do that after you've shown him in the first film. And, that movie, it had so many problems. I mean, I'm sorry. And Matthew Broderick, yeah, that was one of the big problems. But one of the other problems goes to the writers. I mean, I'm sorry. Inspector Gadget was incompetent, but yet things worked out for him, just like in the TV spy series spoof, Get Smart. In fact, that's where the origin of Inspector Gadget really got its idea from, was Get Smart and Inspector Clouseau, better known as the Pink Panther movies. That was part of it. In fact, his costume, his look was Inspector Clouseau's, technically. But that's the thing. And and awesome fact, though. The actor who played Inspector Gadget in the series was actually the actor who played Get Smart. So that was pretty cool. That's why his voice sounds very familiar.
Don Adams.
Don Adams himself, yep. And
also,
if you think about it, his niece is smarter than he is, and she's the one who does the real crime solving along with the dog Brain, straight out of Get Smart, because it was really his assistant, Agent 99, who was always better than him and everything, but he always got the credit. But he did have some moments where he did stuff himself, and pretty darn well. But he was just incompetent. Things worked out for him. That's about it. For this one, and here's the big thing. With Inspector Gadget, he knew his gadgets. He used them. And granted, things went wrong sometimes whenever his coat would inflate, a dang-dong woodpecker would show up and start pecking at him and blow it up. That would just happen. That was funny. That was funny, yeah. But here's the thing. He actually knew his gadgets. He didn't go like, I didn't bother to read the manual. I still didn't bother to read the manual. Oh, and for the record, it's Go Gadget Copter, not Chopper. It's the truth.
Okay.
And in the sequel, he went like Go-Go Gadget helicopter hat.
What?
That's too much of a mouthful, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
All I could say that, there's one of two things I could say to that. Either Go-Go Gadget refund or Go-Go Gadget rewrite.
I could think of a better one at this point. And this one, I
Or
would make an
Go-Go
exception.
Gadget transcription.
Here, let me see if I could do this right. Go Gadget remake. This would be a time to remake.
Or maybe
I hate
Go-Go Gadget silly.
Yeah. By comparison, his clone robot was more competent than him. He knew his gadgets, for crying out loud. Come on.
And like G2, Robo Gadget did not say Go-Go Gadget either.
No, that's true.
And seriously, why put a tarantula in that robot anyway?
How are the duck needs to be saved?
George of the Jungle 2.
At least the Marvel Cinematic Universe did better with him in the Guardians movies.
True.
By having him get a little cameo.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't know. That's kind of a tough call on my part. I think hype was the main problem with that film. Although I had never read the comics, so I'm not very familiar with them, but I think hype was the bigger problem because being someone who never read them, it was okay. I mean, I wouldn't put it on my top 10 list, but it was okay. That's about all I can say on that one.
Oh, there is another movie I do think it does need to be fixed, and that is George of the Jungle 2. That one needs to be fixed.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I admit that film's not as good as the first George movie. No. It's a little cheap compared to the original, but...
Yeah.
I know, right?
How cheap?
I mean, they get new actors to replace some of the older... Like, they don't get Brendan Fraser to return as George.
I don't know either. That's what made me steer away from it.
But at least they get Thomas Hayden Church to return as Lyle. And John Cleese to return as Ape.
And you know what?
Lyle got his comeuppance.
Yeah.
He was humiliated by another ape.
Yeah, that's what happened. He married a gorilla by accident. That's what happened.
But
well, she said I do. So yeah.
Seriously.
It's still funny. I don't care. It's still funny. Yeah. And you know what? There is one that's actually worse than that. There is. There was a Cartoon Network series that came up about, I think, 10 years later. It was gut-wrenchingly horrible.
Oh,
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I've seen some clips of it on YouTube, and it's not worth it.
Yeah,
no. Especially since I love how they add in this opener. Well, Maggie and Ursula is and who's Maggie? I don't remember Maggie. Do you remember Maggie, Joshua? Do you remember Maggie, Bonnie? Do you remember Maggie, Jonathan? Does anybody remember Maggie? Who's Maggie?
Actually, I think Maggie was in the original cartoon by Tex Avery. I think he was in the original series, but somehow
he wasn't in this. So
without context, we're lost.
You see, and plus George was so unbelievably stupid in this one; it was ridiculous.
I know, right?
He kind of was stupid to begin with, wasn't he? I mean,
well,
like
ignorant maybe, but
I mean, the theme song in both the cartoon and in the movies is "Watch out for that tree, watch out for that tree."
More like not stupid, more like klutzy,
but not in comparison to him
klutzy.
Being dumb and let the other characters be the brains.
Now, Bonnie, you'd have to watch at least one episode of this crappy series. It is horrible. It is horrible. It's beyond belief. That one needs a bonfire is what that needs. That cannot be saved.
Oh, by the way, okay, so here should I say should I drop it? Should I drop the one that I'd love to see Doug Walker's response to this one?
Please.
Okay. So this is the one he thinks is the worst. So how would you fix Garbage Pail Kids?
Oh, you can't fix that at all.
Ah, I'm gonna go with my bonfire theory.
Just when I thought that song that South Jersey Sam mentioned in his top 13 worst songs was bad enough.
Ugh.
You know, the one where Jim Cummings does a little solo.
Oh, poor Jim Cummings.
This was
Yeah,
one
he
of
was
his
one
first
of them.
movies.
Like, why should we do something nice?
Oh,
to be
God,
fair,
I've heard it.
and
I've kind of heard.
in some ways, I feel bad for the puppets, for the puppeteers inside those heavy costumes. But
I mean, they make
gosh,
the Muppets
no.
more charming.
I think there's only one thing that I could think of that would kind of save it, and it's if they went with their original idea and made this a horror movie.
Maybe, yeah, that might work.
It already looks like a horror movie, but keep it a horror.
Oh boy,
they wanted to make it kid friendly because, well, kids loved collecting the garbage pail kid cards.
Oh, in the topic of
there's
horror
no
movies,
way that this could be for kids.
I think that Sinister 2 also is one of the movies that needs to be fixed.
Which one?
Sinister 2.
I've never seen that one.
Seen it.
Not familiar
Yeah,
with that either.
in comparison to the first one, that one was so boring. And even
I believe you.
Even the so even replacing the first movie, they could have either brought the kids from the previous film back, or leave the first movie as is with no sequel at all.
You know, that brings to mind. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And not to mention,
what are you doing?
We got almost too much shots of the boogeyman from the first film, and he was not much being threatening.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Oh dear. And you know, that brings to mind one other thing.
And the second film to get to know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, I've got one that could be saved. Okay, so this is another Elle Fanning movie. Nutcracker: The Untold Story. I mean, it's Christmas time, might as well bring it up.
You know, I haven't seen that one.
I rented that years ago.
You don't want to see it, movie fan, for a couple reasons. One, the Nutcracker is probably the scariest thing in there. In fact,
oh really?
You know
that bad?
what?
Oh, I see what you mean. That is pretty bad. Oh wow.
That's one thing that needs to be taken care of. Fix that design. Second,
but
why is it a Holocaust movie?
Still, like,
oh my god.
There's one thing I kind of liked a little bit about it. You know the music, right?
Oh, who doesn't?
Well, they did what the Three Musketeers did and made the songs with lyrics.
Really?
They put lyrics into the music.
You mean like what they did in the Disney Mickey Three Musketeers?
Yes.
Huh.
And what they also did with Sleeping
That sounds
Beauty.
interesting, actually.
The only problem is the lyrics. The lyrics just for some reason don't work. I mean,
it's interesting, but yeah, they could have been done better.
And this is tragic coming from Tim Rice. And yes, Tim Rice did the lyrics to these.
One of the geniuses of Broadway.
It didn't seem like that he cared about what he was doing, and I was just adding words in there just because.
And
I
see what you mean.
Yeah, and the biggest problem that this movie has is that the fantasy world is supposed to be based off of the Holocaust, and yet the real world looks like a Hallmark card. It's supposed to be the other way around.
Yeah. Professor Dreamer gave us a good one. I don't know if you caught this yet. Do live-action Scooby-Doo movies. That could use some improvement, yeah.
I would prefer the theatrical ones over the direct-to-video ones.
I have no comment about it because I'm not a Scooby-Doo person. I haven't seen those movies.
For the first film, don't let Scrappy-Doo be the main villain.
Yeah, I think we can agree on that. That's
still, I find it interesting that Scrappy is voiced by an actor who did Scooby and Shaggy in some of the 90s animated films, like Alien Invaders, Witch's Ghost, and Zombie
Really?
Island.
Huh, that's interesting.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, actually. And you know, I was never a fan of Scooby to begin with. I think he's overrated. The TV shows, that is, because I mean, he always comes back almost every, I don't know, every once in a while. They always come up with a new season or something. And I'm sorry, you know, come on, guys, give it a rest, will you? You can only go so far with a character. I mean, sure, I'm one to talk because Power Rangers goes on, but at least they got some different stuff going on with different powers and all that stuff. Whereas for Scooby-Doo, what more monsters could they really unmask and turn out to, oh, it's not a monster at all? And then later on, you know, now all of a sudden we're dealing with real monsters, which was a nice little twist. But then it's like, okay, you know, they're literally running short on ideas here. But
and the Scooby gang did have a
time when I was introduced to Scooby
from
the Werewolf special.
Oh, I remember that one. That was a pretty good one.
Yeah, it was the first one that I ever saw on TV.
Yeah. I mean, it did have its good points. I can't deny that. But it's like, you know, why does this keep going on? You know, it's like, enough. You got to know when to say, we're done, you know? And, you know, with the live action movies, I saw clips. I was not very impressed with it. And the only thing I was impressed with was the promo they showed in the movie theaters. That was awesome. Has anybody seen it?
It's been a long time.
Okay.
One where we thought it was
Matthew Lillard was a great
That's
Shaggy.
the one. That's the one.
Yeah,
that's
I
the one.
remember. I mean,
well,
I thought we were getting another Batman movie. It turns out it's the Scooby-Doo get in live action form.
Yeah, the gag was Joshua and Bonnie they have one of the dramatic announcers. I think it might have been the same guy who did it for years. I can't quite remember. Talking about that a hero is emerging and all that. And you see at the window from the back, you see what looks like bat ears and Batman shadow. And we're deep down, we're all thinking, all right, another Batman movie. And then the camera just goes to the side and goes, whoa, me? Just because. That was a perfect intro. Perfect. That was brilliant. That really was brilliant. I cannot deny it.
That's
Whoever
awesome.
thought that up? That was pure genius. That was.
Yeah.
But because nobody saw that coming, you know? That's what was brilliant about it.
Like I said, it's been years since I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's no big deal. I mean, but that I might just bring that up as a genius kind of thing off kilter one of these days for a random video. I don't know.
But still, between the two theatrical live-action Scooby-Doo films, I would take Monsters Unleashed over the first movie because that makes a great tribute to the show.
Oh, that's
because
true.
It brings back the costumes from the old show, like costumes like Miner 49er, the Tar Monster, the Skeleton Men, and other creatures you might know from the old show.
Oh,
even the Cotton Candy Glob.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna check out the sequel after rewatching the first film. Even though I heard that it was bad in comparison to the first one.
Even the Black Knight Ghost.
And the CGI from back in the first film, the CGI was cheap with those monsters in comparison. And yeah, there are times that Scooby-Doo and the gang did a few new things, including they did team up with Batman in the universe of Batman the Brave and the Bold, which I enjoyed that movie. It was a really good movie and one of my favorite crossovers.
Yeah, it was actually. But yeah,
let's
see, what else
you guys
we
check
talk
that
about?
out. It's really good.
Is anybody hear a weird hum?
A little bit.
What?
I wonder what's doing that.
I knew that.
Oh, okay. Now, let's see. Benjamin Sletcher says, speaking of running short on ideas, I have a whole slew of books in my library that would make excellent movies. And, you know, I believe that. And that's half the thing that they need to do. They need to stop trying to remake everything just because they just want to make a quick buck or come up or they're running out of ideas. Because, you know, I'm sorry, but getting back to RoboCop, what they did was pathetic, you know?
And it's been a while since I've seen that in theaters too, and I was close to dozing off in the cinema.
See?
I mean, I also rented the original before I saw the new movie in theaters, and but anyway, what Benjamin was saying regarding books, there's one certain book that I think could make a nice Christmas movie.
Oh yeah?
Okay, picture this. What would you say if Santa Claus had a sister?
Yeah.
Because there's a book called Anti-Claus. I mean, that would make a good idea for a movie, like maybe an animation if they want to.
Well, with the way things are going now, I could see it working.
And while Anti-Claus is a title character, when I read the book years ago, she may have been the title, but she's not the main character. The main character is actually a little girl named Sophie Kringle.
Interesting. You want to hear some examples? Of course we do. Now, let's see. That brings to mind something. I remember one series of books, a trilogy actually, that should become a movie. The Tripods trilogy. It's almost like a ripoff of War of the Worlds, but it goes on the idea of what if the aliens took over instead of actually being defeated. It's a very awesome series. You'd have to read it to get it. It's pretty amazing.
Hey, there's two books that Hollywood already got their hands on and really did not do them justice. One of them, The Giver. I swear, the characters were two-dimensional in there, but not likable. Or have any depth to them. And the other one, Ella Enchanted. Oh my gosh! I mean, Anne Hathaway's a great actress, and so I don't blame her. I don't blame any of the actors, but I blame the writing. This book won so many awards, and what did you do with this? You turned it into a comedy. I mean, you modernized it. You turned it into a Shrek without the heart or the laughter.
That's what I hate about movies like that. Trying to replicate the movie that's been done before.
And that's even worse.
Source material for an awesome Cinderella movie, and just the way she breaks the curse is the dumbest way that.
Yeah, and you know what? My bro here gave a great suggestion here. Aragon. That's a movie that was, I haven't read the book, and one of these days I'll release.
In high school.
Okay, cool. And
but I know that the movie had some flaws too. I mean, it's not like other fantasy films like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, but still, I like the relationship between Aragon and Saphira. But also, they had to make Durza the main villain and not the king for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I never read the book, but, I agree. I mean, Saphira and Aragon's relationship, that was great, definitely, because, I love the connection, I really do. And at the same time, it does have one major problem coming from someone who's never read the book, and I know everybody saw this. It's too busy trying to be like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings at the same time. I mean, I know, Joshua, give me a minute here and bear with me. I know that Aragon and I can't remember the elf girl's name. They're not, in a way they were could be lovers in the story. I read about that, but the way their relationship seems to go on in there, I'm almost expecting her to say, Aragon, I am your mother. I'm sorry. There's just something about the way they're interacting that feels like she wants to tell him, oh, sorry, Aragon, I'm your mother. It cannot be, That's the way it feels.
Yeah, that's impossible because of her age. It doesn't really.
I know, but she is an elf too, so she would look young.
Yeah, but still.
I know, but my point is, it felt like it was too busy trying to rip off both movies, and both Lord of the Rings and that. And a lot of people have often said that it feels too much like Star Wars at the same time. The way it's the hero's journey thing keeps going on, and that doesn't help matters. I mean, the action.
Except Aragon was a lot more stubborn than Luke.
Yeah, that's true.
Aragon was like a 17-year-old. Well, Luke was not sure how old he was in episode 4, but
maybe early 20s.
I think
maybe.
Skywalker and his
not only was
brother
Aragorn
Anakin.
stubborn, but he was also very overconfident.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned Anakin, because like Anakin, Aragorn is stubborn too.
Yeah, that's true.
So Benjamin replied with the books he wants adapted.
Oh yeah, interesting suggestions.
Oh, and Skystub.
Ooh, Redwall.
Skystub. Wait, that makes Aragorn an elf, half human.
Technically, it would if that came out that way. Like I said, bro, it just feels like she wants to say that to me. That's just my interpretation. It just feels like that from the movie. The books, I know, I never read them, but I did research a little stuff about them, so I know that's definitely not it. But, and I'm sorry to say this, but aren't elves supposed to have pointy ears?
Well, most do, but
okay, there's exceptions, eh? All right.
Oh,
all right.
By the way, I'm still with you guys. I just need to get a couple of chores done.
No worries. And you know, there is one movie that definitely needs to be refixed, and I know they made a series to do better. I don't know how it's going. I haven't seen it. The Golden Compass.
Yep.
That one's been a long time too.
The Dark series is actually doing better.
I have heard a bit about it, but at the same time, I have seen that they kind of copied kind of some of the things out of the movie, but not too much. Just stuff that I guess they thought were pretty cool, I guess. But that's about it. And I'm sorry to say this, you know. Oh, Joshua, I don't know if you ever seen my review on that one. This one you'd find interesting. I'm sure you would. Because I compared the video game to the movie. And the sad thing is, the video game, even though I never read the books, I did research the basic plot. The video game is more accurate to the movie than the movie was. And the video game actually used footage that they were going to use in the movie, but they deleted, which made better sense. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
Man.
This is sad. This is just sad. Like, for instance, you know, I'll just do a little spoiler alert for you. So, forgive me for this, but you know this. You might remember the scene where Lyra is kidnapped and taken to the Ice Bears.
Yeah, like I said, it's been a while since I've seen that movie. Like years since I rented it from Netflix.
Okay, well, you might remember that one. If you do, anyway, that happens in the movie, but in the book and actually in the deleted scene, they take her to the place where they were holding those kids prisoners so they could cut away the demons. And this is actual footage with the actress and so on and so forth. I'm not kidding. And that makes perfect sense. Rather than York comes and frees her from the Ice Bear King, and gets his kingdom back, and all of a sudden he decides he alone is going to take her there to try to free the kids all by themselves.
What?
And
I think that Warner Brothers should do a better cut. Probably, let's say, a director's cut or editor's cut. Either way, it needs to be redo.
It does.
Yeah. And also, there's also one other franchise that can be saved if they just put their minds to it. That should have been done like ever since it was first aired on TV. Dinotopia.
Oh yeah.
Haven't seen that.
I remember it. I was bored to tears. I'm sorry.
So like it started out as a mini series in live action, and that one was just my father made me watch it on TV, and it was not that interesting to me, and I didn't know about the TV show that followed, but I knew about the animated film when I was browsing through Netflix years ago. But after Huey reviewed it years ago, I can understand why this film is a poor adaptation of the books.
Yeah. I'm familiar with the books, but not too familiar. Sadly, I never got into them, but yeah, it was very bad. Very bad.
Skystep gave the age for Luke Skywalker. It's 21.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh.
Interesting.
I
was close. I was close. I said early 20s. So.
Well, that was a nice estimation still.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, bro.
She says he lost interest in Dinotopia.
Yeah, and I still got an old puzzle of that, and it's here, but I'm not going to bore everybody with that. It's pretty amazing, too. Beautiful look. But I don't know. Would anybody care? All right, give me a sec.
Show us the box, not the puzzle.
Well, the puzzle's in the box, but I could easily just do that. I keep my best stuff handy.
Wowie zowie! Now that's James Gurney for you.
Totally,
That's
man.
pretty good.
I know, and that's what I would have wanted to see out of the series and miniseries, but we didn't.
Or movie, if possible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that'd be even better yet.
Oh, I've got a challenge for you guys.
Hey, there's an idea. Yeah, that's one to remake.
Oh,
or redo, or can it be saved,
Yeah, because there are a few things that were kind of messed up big time. Like, for example, they made the coolest character, Steamtooth, into a T-Rex when he's supposed to be a Giganotosaurus.
Oh, yeah.
A Predatorian dinosaur that's bigger than a T-Rex. And they made Ogthar human when in the book he's supposed to be like a humanoid Triceratops hybrid. And they gave one of the Strutters digital technology when it's supposed to be steampunk.
Oh, jeez. That's just bad.
Oh, got one for you guys as a challenge. Let's see if you guys can save this one. And it's not a movie, it's a company. A notorious company. Video Brinquedo.
Oh, that cheap studio.
I haven't heard of that.
I could think of one.
I've heard of them. They ripped off Kung Fu Panda and Cars sometimes.
Oh, I remember that footage. That was pathetic.
They made the little panda fighter and the little cars.
Ratatouille.
Yeah.
Their worst. And then Princess School.
Little Princess School, you mean?
Yeah.
I could definitely name a solution.
No wine in there at all whatsoever.
I could definitely name a solution. Get a big can of gasoline, pour it all around the studio, make sure the people are out and in jail, and pour a match to it. Problem solved. Hey, you get away from there.
Definitely.
I would love to see that being done.
Yeah.
I love it.
But that brings to mind a few thoughts, though. Maybe some ways that some things can be saved is really by remaking or rebooting it. Inspector Gadget would definitely be one of them. Dinotopia, definitely. There's no saving that series. It's just not possible.
Also, the live-action Cat in the Hat film that needs to be remade.
Oh my god!
Well, I know that's going to be remade into animation soon, whether it being from Warner Brothers or I don't know what. Still, Warner Brothers most likely is going to be doing the Cat in the Hat in animation, since we have to thank Audrey Geisel, Dr. Seuss's late widow, for banning all her husband's stories from live action.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, the Grinch, the live action Grinch was good, but still, they could have done better with Mike Myers as the cat.
That's a no-brainer there, yeah.
Here's how they should have saved
that movie.
And also, Horton Hears a Boo from Fox was great.
Yeah. They should have given Mike Myers direction because he really looked. He looked lost.
Yeah, and they were originally going to get Tim Allen as the cat.
Even the advertisement.
Can't picture him working.
But he was busy with Santa Claus sequels at the time.
Better choice.
By comparison. And it ain't much of a comparison.
Plus wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
And I know there's going to be another Dr. Seuss film directed by John M. Chu, which happens to be Oh, the Place You'll Go.
Interesting.
How do you make that a movie?
That's what I'm curious about too.
Popping.
So, I don't know how he's going to be able to make an animated film based on one of the most inspirational stories, which is and another thing, that was Dr. Seuss's last story before he died.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
All the places.
And another thing, that book was published 9 months before I was alive. Yep.
Wow.
January 1990, before I was even alive.
Georgie, come on. I'm trying to... Don't do that. Yeah. How do you like that?
I mean, some of the other stories that were written afterwards were just posthumous.
Georgie, get your tail out of the camera.
Hey, Georgie.
Come here.
I mean,
Come
you
here,
guys already know that I talked about one example of a posthumous story that was written by the Seuss Company, Daisy Head Maisie.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I don't remember about that.
Sky's dub. Apparently, they're making Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Okay, I can't comment because I've never seen it, but
I've heard of it. I haven't read the book, but why did they have to make the book into a script?
And my bigger question is, why did J.K. Rowling make it canon to the series?
I hate Harry Potter altogether, so I'm too biased.
Well,
every fan says that it's not
when
canon.
I first heard the stories, I was not into him at first, but after the second movie and after one of my December elementary choir shows, that's when my interest of the stories and films peaked up. Because, believe it or not, my third elementary school choir show was Harry Potter themed. They called it Harry Potter and the Chamber of Peace. And it's where Hogwarts gets a visit from Santa Claus.
Interesting.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, here's a good one for you guys. Try and think of this one. Now, even though this movie is considered a classic, it's not really true to the source material. In fact, it was so hated by certain groups, especially the author himself. The Shining.
Oh, yeah, I know. Even Ready Player One said the same thing.
I think the only way I could think is make Jack's character likable. Before making him go the downward spiral and make him tragic like Stephen King wanted.
Yeah, that's pretty much I was going to say. Just stick to the source material. That's what Stephen King was so mad about.
And also, I still have yet to see Dr. Sleep, though, the sequel.
I have, actually. It's kind of interesting, but I never read the book either, so I don't know how that compares.
I have yet to watch it, though.
Yeah.
But I'm going to plan on watching that.
Okay.
But
yeah, I haven't seen the sequel, but
one little fact regarding The Shining. My mom and one of her BFFs saw it in theaters, and that film really did scare them a bit.
Well, I could see why. I mean, Jack Nicholson, you could say what you will about his portrayal in the movie, but he was really good in it. Because when he had that glare on his face when he's looking out the window, I'll be honest, that kind of creeped me out. And that doesn't happen very often.
However, the things that make it creepy to me, aside from that bloody elevator and that climax, there's like most of the movie is so quiet.
Yeah.
And also that woman in the bathroom, that was gross. And those twins.
Yeah, we didn't need that.
Yeah.
We really
didn't.
Those
twins were creepy.
They're real life twins, and they still do the come play with us.
I don't doubt that.
But I gotta get this feeling those twins might have been the inspiration for not just the Moon Sisters from Kubo, but also the delightful children from down the lane from Kids Next Door.
Oh, I think of those dorks all the time. Because they spoke at exactly the same time and all that. But, those dorks were pretty awesome in their own little way. I mean, it's just the way it's just the way the show is written up. That's what made it work so well. But, I agree totally.
And those twins from The Simpsons, don't forget that.
Professor Dreamer says the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie.
Okay, that one was like another Who Framed Roger Rabbit due to all those cartoon cameos, old and original. But
which
still,
one? Oh, the Chip and Dale movie.
I mean,
that's the one.
That one was pretty entertaining to me. But still, I don't think I would consider it canon with a TV show.
It looked good. I think the only thing that I would say is, that I've heard, and one person suggested this on Facebook. Why wasn't Caillou the villain instead of
Peter Pan? Yeah, when I found out about that, I mean, like, Peter, what have you become?
Yeah.
Also, the live-action Garfield movie, it needs saving. That's what Professor Dreamer.
Well,
it does.
Bill Murray is no Lorenzo Music, but he has the right tone, though.
He
Well,
does. And
my
so,
issue isn't with Bill Murray; it's a story. I mean, Bill Murray, no, like it's like you said, Joshua, and
there's
it's
really
like
only one thing I could really
no one
think
to
of
replace.
or really two things I could think of for that movie that really badly need fixing. First one, the humans. Why? I mean, nothing against Jennifer Love Hewitt, but there's no way that she would convince me that she's what's her name?
John's love
Dr.
interest.
Liz.
Yeah, and the guy playing John, they're both cute. They're not supposed to be. And
No.
the second thing, the animal characters. Garfield's
Yes.
fine. Aside from not looking like he's really there, he's just. I mean, well, the rest of the characters like Odie and Normal. I would never guess that was Odie or Normal unless you said it.
No,
Well,
I agree.
I mean, I agree with the Odie part since he's kind of like the wrong breed compared to his comic book or TV show counterpart.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, granted, nobody really knows what Odie's supposed to be. He's such a random-looking creature that there's really nothing for it. He should look like Odie. He's next to Garfield. He's one of the most recognizable in the whole comic strip, and that's the truth. He's supposed to have those huge ears, that tongue that goes down to there when he's panting and all that. And plus, Odie's supposed to be as dumb as an ox.
Normal's supposed to be
I'm sorry,
cute.
Normal.
That's not cute.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but Normal, why is Normal a Siamese cat and why is Arlene a gray cat? Last I checked, Arlene was pink, has a long neck, and pretty tall, and Normal is a short gray kitten with stripes.
And
he's supposed to be smart. Yeah, and another thing, and the Nostalgia Critic brought this up when he reviewed this. He said that Garfield's supposed to hate Normal because he's cuter than him. And yeah, there's some truth to that. But, later on in the strips, he hated Normal because, he was younger than him and he always made fun of his weight and his age. So, yeah, and this Normal's dumb as a post. In fact, I could have sworn they might as well have dubbed. I mean, he's tricking Normal to do that stunt so he could get that milk off the windowsill or something. I can't remember exactly. But either way, I mean, really, that's not Normal. Normal wouldn't be dumb enough to fall for that every day. Odie would, but
he's trying to get rid of Normal every chance.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's clearly not doing that here.
Yeah,
and he's not
exactly.
doing a good job of it either.
Exactly. And Normal's supposed to be smarter than that, too. And, they might as well have had Normal go while they were at it because of the way it was going. And I'm sorry, but when he breaks out of the pound, that is a clear-cut ripoff of Here Comes Garfield.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And
it is a ripoff, only with a twist.
I don't like what I cannot believe it. It's been a while since I saw the film of Garfield, the live action one, but they do not make John a nitwit.
Yeah, they're supposed to do that.
And also, I kind of get the feeling that Happy Chapman as a villain is another one that's considered laughable too.
Yeah, he is. He is. I never thought about that, but yeah, he is. I mean, I'll give Bill Murray credit. He was trying, and like we were saying,
he's
no
Lorenzo Music, but
no one could replace him, and we all know that.
And I've actually heard that they've traded voice acting on occasion, where Bill Murray would voice something for him, and I forgot his name. I would voice for Bill Murray.
I'm not sure what they're talking about there, but
okay, I get it. He's talking about the live action Pinocchio that we talked about earlier.
Oh, yeah, doubling back on that, huh? Oh, Jonathan, you're getting some serious feedback there. It's really starting to become a problem. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
And also, do you guys think that Black Adam should have its sequel, Skies Up? I don't know. I can't
I don't
say.
know.
I never seen it.
But I know
so,
Shazam is getting one next year.
I did see commercials for that.
Pirates of the Caribbean, World's End.
Oh.
I liked it.
Me too. I mean, like, why else would it be added in Kingdom Hearts 3?
Though honestly, I think that's where the Pirates series should have ended.
And they had a few-year gap for the 4th movie, but at least the 5th one made up for it by adding Will's son.
That was good. And they did bring everything to a close. It's the 4th movie that, in my opinion, is the most skippable.
The weakest, yeah.
The only thing that I did like about it were the mermaids. They looked really cool.
Oh yeah.
And
also that song that the mermaids sing makes them act like real mermaids from Legends, like acting like sirens.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And the other thing that this director who did that movie
is the same guy who's going to direct the Little Mermaid remake, Rob Marshall.
So that's one of the reasons I'm optimistic.
And
hey, Jonathan, are you still there? Jonathan, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't figure out why that feedback keeps coming from you. Maybe you got to check out and try and get back in, man. I don't know. Oh, it is really feeding back off of my voice. So that's not good.
Yeah. Apparently, Johnny Depp is never reprising the role of
Sky. I have to say, wrong, sir. Wrong. Johnny Depp has been recast. We all know that.
Here, Jonathan, I'm gonna check you out. Let's see if we could try that again. I'm sorry, man. Let's see if we can fix this. I'll give him about a minute or something, or whatever. Maybe he'll have to try again. But I never saw past movie 2 because oh my god, it drove me nuts. I'm sorry. The Kraken was awesome, the Flying Dutchman, and I love that they finally gave a face to Davy Jones because you hear the name, but you always wonder what does he look like. All you ever hear about is Davy Jones's locker, not
Davy
counting
Jones
the SpongeBob
awesome.
joke. When it's Davy Jones from the Monkees.
Yeah.
I mean, that was funny just because, but that came later, way later. But either way, the problem was there was so much backstabbing in literally that course of the time. I mean, it was like,
oh yeah,
I know, but
between
still,
Jack, Will, and Norrington, that was kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, it was.
But it did lead to an awesome fight scene. I mean, the fight on the windmill was probably their best choreographed fight.
And Pinto and Radetti running away with a chest, that was pretty silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, that's exactly my point,
There were a lot of moments that could have been cut out.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that should have been cut out. Okay, I got him back. How you doing, Jonathan?
Doing fine.
Oh, good. No feedback for now.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. This stuff happens, and I don't know why. I can't figure it out.
Technology.
But, I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of Johnny Depp, I got to bring this up since you brought it up. I got to bring it up. There's one movie that maybe could be fixed, but if anything, the original that they did needs to just go into a big bonfire. The Lone Ranger movie made by Disney. Now, you'd have to be familiar with the series like I am, or the original radio dramas, or the 1980 movie that sadly was not a huge success, or was it 70? I can't remember. It was from the 70s or the 80s called The Legend of the Lone Ranger. It was not very successful, but it was fairly true to the source material. This one was a complete mega insult of the worst kind. In fact, a lot of people were saying it's insulting to Native Americans because Johnny Depp is playing Tonto, and he's wearing all that makeup, and he looks ridiculous in that one.
Well, and I mean, to be fair, it is said that he is part Native American, but
that's what he claimed, but I don't know if it's really true or not. I wonder if I still question if he's saying that just to, so nobody gets on him about that. It wouldn't be the first time somebody's done something like that in general.
That's fair. And
I mean, there's one actress who nobody knows really what she is. I'm not kidding. This really happened. I'll
Skies.
tell you about that later. Yeah, see?
I'm a Native American and I felt insulted.
Yeah, see?
The big thing that I had a problem with it, I had never seen The Lone Ranger, not the movie, not the series. And it just, for me, it was just Jack Sparrow. It was Cowboys and Indians, Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
And I have a confession too. I never seen the older Lone Ranger stuff either until I saw the movie in theaters with my parents. I mean, it was not my idea to see it, but just when my parents saw it, I mean, took me to see it with them. I mean, it was just, it was not perfect, just okay, just not bad, just okay. Just I understand where you're coming from, movie fan, but just so I mean, I liked some of the stunts.
The stunts are good. There's no denying that. But
like the
again,
train chase, the horseback riding and stuff like that, and the Western environments were breathtaking.
And the Nostalgia Critic did bring up one point, and well, you could debate. You can let me know what you think, movie fan. If this had come out maybe a couple years before Pirates of the Caribbean did, it might have been a little bit better.
Maybe, it's hard to tell, but I will tell you this, though. The movie was so insulting to so many people and did so poorly that they literally held back Pirates of the Caribbean 5 because of it. It's the truth.
I bet.
They held it back because it was that bad. They knew if they released that now, no one would dare watch it. So, because people were so insulted by it, because, you know, Tonto, he was an insult. They made him a comedy relief character. And that's not Tonto, I can assure you.
Yeah,
Tonto
he's supposed to be a mentor.
A mentor. It depends which version you go with. A mentor, a sidekick, a very reliable guy who always had the Lone Ranger's back. He was always there to help him whenever he could. And, you know, granted, back in the day, they did the cliche sidekick gag where the sidekick always gets captured in one way or another, but he does always make up for it by helping his partner save the day. And there was quite a few times where he really saved the day more than the Lone Ranger did. But, you know, sign of the times. I can't help that. I can't change the past. It's just the way it is or was. And, you know, either way, this gets even more insulting when you find out why he fires silver bullets. Because he does it to humor Tonto's, and I'm really using air quotes here for a reason, humor Tonto's superstitious belief that the villain is a Wendigo, which is basically, you might go with like a Native American version of the werewolf. Maybe. That's about as close as I could get it without going into further detail. Ow. Where'd that come from? Ow. But anyway, and I'm sorry, bro, but there's no better way to put this without going into greater detail. But that's about right. And the thing is, for the Lone Ranger, he fires silver bullets as a symbol of justice, not because I'm humoring my friend's superstition. That's just wrong. That's wrong. Completely wrong. And the whole thing that Tonto thought he was dead, so he buried him alive, and he comes out like, did you just bury me? That is not Tonto. That is not Tonto.
Again, I can tell it's like trying to top Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah. If there was a way to fix the movie, what would either of you suggest?
Stay true to the source material. More true to the source
if only
material.
I knew about the original source material.
It's
I'm
okay,
sorry, guys. Just
I know. I would, but you know, I listen to old radio shows and all that, so that's just me. And I watch old TV, so.
Well, without the source material, what would you do to fix it?
Well, don't make Tonto a joke. That's a big one.
Okay. Maybe wait a few years after the hype of Pirates.
That might have helped.
Or a rip-off of Captain Jack Sparrow.
Okay. I sort of have one little idea of another thing that could have been saved. But, okay.
Yeah, don't make him a rip-off of Captain Jack.
Planes. What would you say if that could be saved a little bit?
Don't put it, or well, maybe if it
I've
has to
never
be in the
seen it.
same, if it has to be in the same continuity as Cars, maybe make Lightning McQueen a mentor. Can't believe I'm using this name. Dusty. That's my sister's name. Disney. How dare you drag it through the gutter?
Well, yeah, I understand that they're both done by different animation studios. I mean, Planes is Disney Toons, Cars is Pixar. Like,
but clearly the Cars are similar to the ones from Pixar, and so like, what's to stop them from bringing Lightning McQueen in there?
Yeah, I wonder.
Maybe because that wherever Dusty lives is kind of too far from Radiator Springs. I don't know.
Or make him, I'll bring one of the car characters in there. What would be but other than that, like serious rewrite, because
also
the plane does not want to go in the race because he's too afraid of heights.
Yeah, that part didn't make any sense to me because, like,
he's a plane
is supposed to be a flyer.
He's a plane. How is a plane supposed to be afraid of heights?
I mean, yeah, he's a crop duster, but still.
I remember Polly made the same excuse when he couldn't fly.
Oh yeah, the parrot. I remember that one.
I think it was just an excuse, though.
This plane can fly,
but he's afraid to fly too high.
On the subject of Pixar, I say that Cars 2
rip off Cars in that way. And I swear, I mean, this was worth it for the Disney December review that Doug Walker did, but really, Fleisenhauer.
Oh boy, that's pathetic. That is pathetic.
The USS Fleisenhauer.
Yeah, and you know what? I do have to double back on the Lone Ranger movie. I gotta say this. I just gotta say this because I know I never did originally for a review that I'll have to release. They did do one big thing right. They brought back the original theme song at the end credits, and Hans Zimmer improved it. Who would have thought that was possible?
Okay, that's one good redeeming moment.
That's Hans Zimmer. He makes almost anything good.
Yeah, because, here's the thing, Bonnie. You ever heard the theme song? Probably not, huh? Well, it's actually the William Tell Overture. It's literally the very end of the song. Dum da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum. That's the one. It's always been the theme song, and in this case, they brought it back. They just he literally turned. I'm not making this up. He literally turned that segment, which is about maybe about 30 seconds to a minute long, into a 9-minute song.
Gee.
Yeah, he really outdid himself with that one too. You can actually look it up on YouTube. It's pretty awesome.
I definitely will at the end of this.
I just wish they used it in the movie rather than the end credits. And you know what? That brings up something that needs to be talked about. When they do movies based off of TV shows or anything reboot movies or remake movies, I'm sorry. Why do they have to put the original theme song at the very end in the end credits?
Maybe it's just a reminder of what you're watching? I don't know.
Maybe, but at the very end when people are just going to leave?
I mean, Pink Panther managed to keep the original theme song in there. So
that's the only one that did that. That's true.
Put
it
all throughout the entire movie occasionally when it was called for. So why can't a lot of these movies?
Yeah.
I guess
exactly.
Some people just don't put their minds to it.
Oh, Professor Dreamer came up with a idea.
Oh, which one?
Third really needs saving. Oh, exactly.
I've already blogged all 4 Shrek films like a few months ago, and I understand that the third movie is like the weakest, but still there are some parts that kind of is a bit redeeming about that too.
Oh Oh,
Like
yeah.
the part where Fiona and the princesses get to kick some butt.
I love that.
And also, Justin Timberlake as Artie, I mean, he was okay. I mean, like, but Eric Idle as Merlin, why make him a character who has a nervous breakdown?
I like Eric Idle as Merlin. He was actually hilarious.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And I like that Shrek shares a little bit of his backstory from his childhood.
Yeah.
But it does differentiate from the Broadway show.
Yeah, I guess it would.
Because, like, I don't know if you saw the Broadway show on Netflix, but I mean, in that one, Shrek's parents just let him go out on his own at a young age. But in Shrek the Third, Shrek mentioned that his father tried to eat him.
That doesn't make sense
that's
at all.
why they sent him out.
Yeah. Oh, that brings to mind something.
I agree. The first Cars movie was good, but the second one definitely needs to be saved.
Yeah, that's the one that needs to be saved. And I think I know just the way to do it.
What?
Get rid of that stupid spy story. Get rid of it. It has no business being there.
Yeah. Cars.
And except one thing I could disagree on that. Michael Caine as the spy character. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to disagree on this part.
I don't want for me, I agree with Movie Fan because Cars, spies, really, even when I was younger, I looked at the trailer and I'm like, what do Cars and spies have to do with each other? What?
Yeah.
Well, Midnight Missile is based off James Bond's car, so.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like about that plot. Michael Caine as the James Bond car.
Oh, there's nothing against.
And there's also one thing I liked about Cars 2, the Italian scene. I mean, it brought back memories from when I visited my family the year prior.
Cool.
It's like the way they greet each other, like brings back memories of when my family, the way my relatives greeted me in Sardinia.
Awesome. That's
like
cool.
When they go like Joshua, Diana.
Cool.
Professor Dreamer's got a good one here. The 2015 Pixels movie. That's the one. Yeah.
Oh, I love the video game stuff like in that one. Like
me too.
But making it into a sci-fi alien film with video games, I mean, that was a little weird, but still.
Yeah.
I think that it is really good. I like that part. What I don't like is the typical Happy Madison comedy, if you could call it comedy. Like, what is up with Josh Gad being in love with?
Yeah, that was kind of weird too.
So get rid of that plot, but keep it focused on fighting these video games in the style. I love that. I love that Pac-Man fight. It's awesome.
Yeah, through the streets of New York, and
that was easily the coolest scene in there.
Yeah, and also the Donkey Kong final climax, that was hardcore.
And Centipede.
Oh, sorry. Professor brought some big ones.
Oh man. I'm really going to regret praising these two.
Why?
Okay, I told you guys this before. I mean, like, one of the reasons, like, I know people have issues with the second Little Mermaid because it's kind of like the first movie in reverse, but it's kind of like in the style of a nowadays requel. Like, you take a new character as a main character and you have legacy characters in it too. And also, like, I know Morgana is a laughing stock compared to her sister, but at least they get Pat Carroll to play her. May she rest in peace. And Undertow, I mean, Clancy Brown does a pretty good performance as that guy. Considering the fact that was not too long after SpongeBob was released on TV. And Chip and Dash were pretty funny sidekick characters. As for the prequel, I mean, it's kind of like when you add The Little Mermaid Sound of Music and Footloose together.
Yeah, for me, I mean,
Say-
I don't entirely hate them. I don't hate them, but I do think they could be improved on. Like for the sequel,
Yeah, just
they should have focused
read
more
it.
on Ariel and Melody's relationship, so that when Melody runs away to the sea, you actually feel for her, and also
Mhm.
her exploring the sea the way that Ariel explored the land. Like
Yeah.
I give more development, more time instead of rushing it. That's my take on it. For the Little Mermaid 3, I honestly think what they should have done is get rid of the footloose plot of no music in the kingdom and just focus more on Triton dealing with his grief, because
Yeah.
that was the I mean, he was the main focus. He was the main conflict. He was the more interesting character in that one.
Yeah.
And also, oh my gosh, they made Flounder so annoying.
But considering the fact that they got Parker Goris to reprise his role as Flounder after he was in Kingdom Hearts 2.
That was him?
Yeah.
Yep, Parker Goris. Like,
how did he?
Wait,
how did he still sound young?
Parker Goris was Flounder in Kingdom Hearts 2 first before they recast him into Little Mermaid Ariel's beginning.
Oh, okay, my bad.
What?
So kudos to him on that.
And you know,
nothing wrong with him.
And in case you're wondering why Jim Cummings plays King Triton, it's because Kenneth Mars was pretty sick at the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have no problem with Jim Cummings as
no,
him.
of course not.
I mean, because
although Kenneth Mars, irreplaceable, no doubt about that.
But he was sick that time, so they had to get someone.
It couldn't be helped. It just couldn't be helped. It's just.
I know there's one way that I know the way that the third film needs to be the prequel needs to be saved. Simple how to make it better. Let it be canon to the TV series. I mean, we already seen of how Steve and Flounder met.
That's true. We did see that.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah.
But that whole backstory of how Queen Athena died, that was tragic.
They should have developed that part.
That's the thing that would have helped a lot, you know.
It's not
that was meant to be the Broadway play, and that she made the humans be the blame when it
was just a pirate ship that did it.
Yeah, I know.
And it's not a matter of hating.
We'll get to that in a minute, Professor.
It's not a matter of hating these movies, Joshua. It's more a matter of just how they could be done better or how they could be fixed.
Yeah, it should be
like I said in some of my reviews of bad movies, what I try to do is look for the good stuff or try to look for what could have been done better. So that's always what I've seen in both these sequels, and I love The Little Mermaid very much.
Yeah, it should be told, you know, I never did hate the second movie. I mean, I think it gets a little more flack than it rightfully deserves, to be honest. It did have some issues, but nothing real major, I don't think. I think people act a little too harshly on movie 2. Movie 3, prequel, whatever you want to go with, that did have some issues. Like, for me, the big problem I had was throwing in the villain and her manatee henchman, who's just kind of there just because to help her out. And clearly he's not a bad guy. He's just like, he's even trying to tell him, like, oh, you're getting a little worked up. You need to calm down. You need to do stuff. And he's still helping her try to destroy Sebastian. And that's what this is all about. I want to destroy Sebastian because he's got the king. He's literally the king's right hand crab in the words of the series. And she wants to be his right-hand man, woman, so to speak, in this case. And it's like, oh my God, really?
Or have no villain at all.
Exactly.
Yeah,
just
go with,
get
lose the
Ursula
villain.
For it.
Yeah.
Sure, that would help, yeah.
Oh, we've got two.
Well,
we
at
don't
least
know
the back
why she was banished in the first place. I mean, like, some say that she was using black magic, or maybe who knows why she was banished in the first place.
That I give credit is the animation and the music. Now, the animation looks gorgeous.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the score is
Yeah, I
composed by
mean-
the same person who did the score for Epic Mickey, Jim Dooley.
Ooh,
Really? Interesting. Interesting.
that's
Didn't
cool.
know that.
Okay, let's see.
Oh,
Okay,
can
I
tell
think we
by
can move on from that one.
That's why I can tell about the animation.
we've got Green
Well-
Lantern and 2016 Ghostbusters. And before anybody else says anything, for Ghostbusters 2016, I won't say that I won't say I don't have female leads, because that's fine. What you should do with those leads is make them interesting. Oh, and better yet, bring in the original cast to tutor them.
At
Make
least
it
some of
into
the original
Fire
cast were
First
cameos.
or Afterlight.
Yeah, and even then, they were kind of like outsiders in the story by comparison. In fact, as I recall, it's written up that Bill Murray was still Dr. Peter Venkman in that movie, even though they got a different Venkman in this movie. And it's like, what? Are you kidding me? Is this
What?
another dimension
on that
crossover
one, then.
crap here? I mean, no. And my big thing, the slapstick comedy. I'm sorry, that's not Ghostbusters. They were not slapstick. That's just not right.
And this
Now-
is
I know,
going to be
right?
controversial,
I
but
feel that
I don't
it's
find either of those
boring.
actresses funny.
No.
I'm
no.
sorry.
Yeah, they've
I-
been in better films, but still.
I don't
yeah.
think they're that funny. For the
Yeah.
most part.
They're
Yeah.
I'm
just-
sorry.
I heard Afterlife is a lot better.
In fact, I
Yeah.
was watching a review of it, and anytime that they were talking, I actually was shouting at the screen, "Shut up!"
Yeah, and I can't help but I never saw the movie because the commercials threw me off. I said no, but I remember them saying that somebody was calling the ghosts and bringing them out of. Okay, so are we Danny Phantom now, where somebody's calling ghosts out from the ghost machine now? Really?
I mean, it's not the Ghost Zone.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what that brings to mind? A
That's a-
stupid line from Beauty and the Beast, the remake, when Gaston says it's hero time. What are you, Ben 10 now? Really? And who's the hero here? You? The one who started all the trouble? Got a mob all mad for no reason? Just because you were jealous of the Beast? He's the hero? Sure. Okay. Whatever.
Benjamin, you've been you're fine. Why would you think
It's
you
all
weren't?
right, man. Don't worry about it.
Why would you think otherwise? You've been completely
Yeah.
fine. You all
Yeah, it's
have.
all right.
Oh, Green
Yeah.
Lantern, by the way. How would
That's
you-
been a really, really long time since I rented that one.
Also, I heard that
First one I'd
Return
say
to Far
is
also needs
make it a real suit.
well
Don't make it
well.
CGI.
Oh, boy. I can name about 50 things to fix in that movie. Big time. I'm not kidding. Let's see. One, no CGI costume. Especially the mask part for Hal
Yeah.
Jordan. You got to be kidding me.
Ryan Reynolds made fun of that in Deadpool, the first one.
Yes, he did, and rightfully so. And the sad thing is, Ryan Reynolds, he really was trying. He really was. And he could have made it work if they gave him a better script. That's two. Give him a better script to work with. Three, and this is the big one, and Bonnie, I think you might remember this one, Tomari, the fish man.
Oh,
Make
gosh.
him look cool, not freaky. I'm sorry, but
We'll make the
really,
story
what is
cliche.
with this whole, let's try to make him look so real it scares people crap? Oh, my God.
Oh, and he barely
Oh.
saves.
Greer made a few other requests, such as the
hang
Michael
on a
Bay TMNT
Oh,
film.
please
The
don't
War
let me go back to
Between
those two again.
I'll
And-
cover
Really
that one
that
for you,
bad?
Joshua, in a minute.
Because I've already
But-
been through that film before that years ago, and
I saw the trailers. I said no. I looked up a few clips out of boredom, and I still say no.
I mean, I blogged one of them years ago, and that one's just. I would take the 2007 animated TMNT over that film.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
I'll
well
go
as
with
the
that.
Were the Michael Bay
1990
turtles
is
that
a lot
bad?
better.
Well, they certainly weren't exactly true to the source material. I'm sorry. One, you cannot learn martial arts from a book. I would know. It doesn't
Of
work
course
that
not.
way.
You need a
And
proper
two-
teacher to do that.
That's right. And it's all trial and error over centuries. That's the way it goes. That's how martial arts was created. And two, the Shredder was so overdone. He was practically a transformer. I mean, the magnetic blades that shoot and come back to him. Oh my God. No.
He's supposed to be like a samurai kind of character.
Ooh.
Well, he was kind of a samurai in a way. I mean, his design was originally, but not completely, though. He was still a ninja. And here's the other thing. Shredder is merely a side note. The other guy who wants to do this, he's the real top dog villain because Michael Bay wanted to go a different direction, but people were so mad at him for saying teenage alien Ninja Turtles that, he just tried to fix it. Oh, yeah. Originally, he wanted to make them aliens, but the fans were screaming bloody murder that he had to fix it into mutants. Back to the way it was.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but while they may be the Teenage Ninja Turtles, in England, they're known as the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
I've heard that, yeah.
So I just don't know why they call them something different somewhere else.
Why would Michael Bay want to make them
That's always been a mystery to me, too.
What?
Wait, what? Michael Bay what?
Why would Michael Bay want to turn them into aliens?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
They became ninjas by that ooze stuff.
Well, they became humanoid anyway. Master Splinter taught them how to be ninjas.
Right, but still, that ooze is
I know what you mean. I know
who they are.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but Megan Fox is April O'Neil. No.
Yeah, she doesn't match.
No. No, definitely not.
Hunchback of Notre Dame too. Yes, I wanted to do this.
I also heard from Professor Dreamer that 2012 Lorax and Return to Far also needs to be fixed. Would that be possible?
Well, we can't give the Return of Jafar too much flack because that was Disney's first direct-to-video sequel, and it was used as just a pilot to the animated series.
Yeah, and I thought it was pretty good actually. I don't think it was really bad.
I would ever give that thing is,
and I'm glad they redeemed Yago in that. And sure, Jafar does fail, but look how close he gets to succeeding.
Yeah, he does.
Oh my gosh, he was actually scary in that one. And
Trippy told, I don't see anything wrong with that one. I really don't.
Just the animation.
Maybe a little more publicity.
And no Robin Williams. Those are my only flaws.
I mean, yeah, but still, like I said, it was their first direct-to-video sequel, so you got to give them credit for trying a bit.
Oh yeah, and I very much do.
And Robin Williams refused to return for that one.
Lanata is no genie, but they did keep him on for the rest of the animated series and a bit of 2 Kingdom Hearts games.
Yeah. That's fair. And no flack against Dan Castellaneta.
Huh?
Yeah, I have no disrespect for him. I mean, he's a good imitation of Robin Williams.
After Earth. Oh boy, I remember that was a big dud.
I never seen After Earth, and
me neither.
So
yeah,
I've heard a lot about it being a dud. That's about all I can say there.
I haven't seen that.
And I agree.
Hunchback 2, I haven't seen.
Well, it was animated in Japan, Hunchback 2, and also Little Haley Joel as Zephyr before he became Sora. I mean, like, he's a good character to me. And I liked Madeline. I mean, she seems like a pretty lady. But Sarouche is my only problem with the sequel.
My main problem is the writing.
Sarouche is no Frollo.
Oh, and he's no threat either. That's the other thing. And actually, I talked about this in my top 3 worst Disney sequels, and I put this at number 3. And I said that, well, as a kid, here's how I would have imagined the scenario going down. That the film focuses solely on Madeline and Quasimodo's relationship, where Madeline does not feel self-worth, and he helps her find her self-worth while also falling in love. And or if they have to have solution there, actually have him, well, abuse her. Maybe not in the R-rated sense, but abuse her verbally, physically, mentally.
Yeah, that would work.
And he doesn't do that in here. Make him a real threat. And
Street Sharks. Ooh.
So yeah, that's how I would fix Hunchback 2. I can forgive the animation. I can forgive I can forgive all but one cruddy song, and I can I can forgive La Fidel if they only fixed the writing in there on Quasimodo and Madeline's relationship and making it the main focus rather than just the rushed plot.
I definitely agree with you, Bonnie.
I can't even forgive the gargoyles.
Especially the relationship of Quasimodo and Madeline. That needs to be developed more.
Yeah, that's my main problem with Hunchback 2 and what I would fix.
Let's see.
The only Disney sequel I do not know how to fix whatsoever is my number one hated one. Fox and the Hound 2. If you guys know how to do it, I mean, that's my number one most hated Disney sequel. So if you guys know how to fix it, have at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the same without Big Mama, Dinky, or Boomer, and
no. And plus the pigs shaking their butts.
I mean, it doesn't even fit into the first movie's plot timeline to me.
No, it don't. You really don't. That's the biggest problem.
It was a literal 3-day friendship.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And it only took until after that chicken mishap that Amos took Copper hunting for the whole winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too.
And it was also subtle and very mature with its message.
Oh,
yeah.
About how life goes on.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
Yeah, I think Mr. Magoo also needs to make it better. I mean, I enjoyed it for what it is. I consider this as a guilty pleasure because of Leslie Nielsen.
But do you know what the crazy thing regarding Mr. Magoo? Animat considers that film and Bratz the movie worse than The Last Airbender.
Really?
I still think Last Airbender.
Bratz I could see, but
I mean, he put The Last Airbender at number 3 on his top 10 worst films based on a cartoon.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, he considers The Last Airbender so bad it's actually funny.
And I could see in certain places there's actually only one moment in Last Atrocity that makes me laugh, and it's where the water tribes geared up for war, and the general he makes his war cry, which is literally "Ooh," and everybody else is just stamping their spears, and it's all like "Ooh."
Here we got some interesting suggestions here.
So hard at that moment, he kept rewinding it, and I did the same. That was the only thing I ever laughed at there.
Let's see. We got a few interesting suggestions here right now. Street Fighter. Which one did you have in mind?
Because
there's a few out there.
Street Fighter movie at all.
I've seen a few, and there's a lot out there. There's like 2 live actions. There's quite a few anime ones.
That way I will know if there are parts that need to be fixed or no.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough call on my part because, I've seen, well, there was one starring Jean-Claude Van Damme and, what was her name? Ming-Na Wen, I believe, is in that one. Yeah, and a few others. It's pretty good, I think, actually. Oh, And Raul Julia plays General M. Bison, and he does a great job. It was his last film before he died.
Oh,
Really?
I'm
Raul
going to turn on the garbage disposal real quick. I've got you guys back. So that it won't.
Okay.
Sure, no problem. Let's give it a second, folks.
I agree with you, but 2012 Lorax also needs to be fixed.
Well, the Lorax did have some problems.
But the animation does stay true to Dr. Seuss.
Oh, which one?
The
Lorax?
The Lorax.
Yeah. The only
The
problem
big beef is the greed issue.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't find the Onceler that I don't know what if this has been a thing, but apparently the Onceler is considered hot. I don't think he is. And he's supposed to like learn. I learned that he's destroying and have a conflict with himself. There's no conflict within himself.
No, instead he was chicken belittled into it. Ha ha. Anyway, into keeping going, from his parents and his brothers and his aunt.
And his uncle.
Woman. Still funny.
But I do like Danny DeVito as the Lorax.
Yeah, that was a good choice.
And
he was.
He really was. A little bit, but at the same time, I like the "it's up to you" message.
Right. He still kind of had that too, but But Aloysius O'Hare was kind of a despicable villain.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of people hate the most, because the story never had really a villain. I mean, Onceler could be considered a villain, but he redeemed himself.
He's more like a villain who's regretting what he did.
Yeah, exactly. And he gave the last truffle seed to the kid,
Yeah, to Ted.
He looks like one.
Yeah.
But still, I don't know if I remember telling you guys that Ted and his girlfriend Audrey are named after Dr. Seuss and his widow.
Oh.
I thought so.
Interesting.
Because Dr. Seuss's real name is Ted.
It's Theodore Giselle.
Geisel, not
Geisel.
Giselle.
Sorry, Geisel.
But Ted is short for Theodore, so it makes sense.
Actually,
and Audrey, played by Taylor Swift, is named after Audrey Geisel, Dr. Seuss's widow.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it is.
Let's see.
Cool.
The Assassin's Creed movies, I've never seen them. So, movie.
Neither.
I've never seen it. I never even played the game, so I'm afraid I can't help you guys there on that one.
But
if I come around them.
But,
go ahead.
So there's one kind of something that Movie Fan mentioned that kind of got me thinking of one film that needs to be saved definitely. Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within.
Oh, that movie was bad. I remember that.
I mean, I would take Advent Children over that film.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
One person, I forget who brought it up, but in the chat, somebody said the Rocky and Bullwinkle movie. Honestly,
I think it was Professor Dreamer.
I think that movie was mostly fine. I mean,
yeah, me too. I mean, there are some good things about that movie. I mean, I like Boris and Natasha and Fearless Leaders, how they were done. Like Robert De Niro, Rene Russo, and Jason Alexander were great as the villains.
And despite sounding tired, June Foray still delivered as Rocky, and the guy who replaced Bill Scott as Bullwinkle sounds like him. And they both really do sound like characters who would be from their world in our world, so I didn't mind.
Yeah, but there's a little issue with the animation, though. I mean, it's not bad. It's just that it's a little confusing. I mean,
I heard about that.
Great 2D style in the style of the show, but when they were brought to the real world, they become CG 2D-ish.
Yeah.
And also, they at one point they bring in a 2D animated ferret into the real world just to send him to the
internet.
That part kind of did not make sense either. So
that's why I said the use of animation styles were kind of confusing. I mean,
maybe fix the animation.
And also the bad guys becoming live action. That's kind of confusing too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
That's the main flaw. But then again, I don't know what to say. I mean, Rocky and Bullwinkle's style was more focused on, I focused on humor mainly. I mean, maybe there's some subtle humor in this that I cannot mention. I grew up with Rocky and Bullwinkle. The original show.
Yeah, but me, you're not going to believe how I was introduced to Rocky and Bullwinkle. It was not just from the cartoons, even though I've seen some episodes, but okay.
Really?
I was introduced to Rocky and Bullwinkle from a certain restaurant.
Oh.
I mean, it was kind
of like Pulse?
It was like Bullwinkle's restaurant, though it's kind of like in the same style as Chuck E. Cheese.
Whoa.
Oh, interesting.
But sadly, that restaurant does not exist near my place anymore, and it got closed down years ago. And I mean, that restaurant even introduced me to Dudley Do-Right and Mr. Peabody and Sherman.
Wow.
Oh,
and
that
also get this. I saw a stage show at Universal Studios that had Rocky and Bullwinkle back when I was about 4 to 5 years old.
I'm jealous.
Nice.
Please don't be. That was years ago. And,
no. I'm not jealous in the bad way.
And it was at Universal Hollywood, not Florida, though.
Oh, awesome.
That gives me ideas. The Dudley Do-Right movie.
Oh, gosh.
Fix it. That was bad.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. That one's kind of corny.
Out of all the 3 movies that had to do with those 3 shows, it was Dudley Do-Right, the show that the movie was
like
bad.
Trying to cross George of the Jungle.
Yeah,
that was the big problem.
Seriously, the horse farts.
Remember in the trailers, the acclaimed director who saw George of the Jungle.
I legit didn't like that movie. I didn't like the Dudley Do-Right movie, and Dudley Do-Right is both my sister's favorite segment in the Rocky and Bullwinkle show.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that was a pretty good segment. He even got his own show too afterwards,
and it was hilarious. But this is like, no.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but Snidely Whiplash, I give him points for trying to be true to the source material, but the whole thing that he's actually doing good by the town, so Dudley has to become the bad guy just to get him, and roles are what? Why are we switching roles here? That doesn't make any sense. And then all of a sudden, he's trying to be the bad guy again. I mean, he accidentally kind of became the good guy because what he did by salting the mine was good for the town. Therefore, it was building the economy and all that junk. And it was like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. That's not Snidely Whiplash. That's not Snidely Whiplash.
But still, Alfred Molina, he's a great villain actor, but they could have gotten someone else to do it.
Yeah, and they really should have gotten somebody else for Dudley Do-Right, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think this was right for Brendan Fraser at all.
Maybe a CGI horse, because the horse is a personality of its own.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. That's true too.
Well, let's bring it full circle, and I'll mention Peabody and Sherman, which, to be fair, I think is the best out of the 3.
Yep,
I haven't seen that one, but it did look promising.
Still, DreamWorks did a great job with it.
They did. There's only one flaw I have with that movie.
What is it?
That cheesy ending speech, like where Sherman gives the "I'm a dog too" speech. That was too cheesy for me.
Yeah, saying he's a dog too. I mean, that was it was pretty corny, but
other than that, everything else was great, and I do recommend this one, movie fan.
And also, Penny Peterson was she was kind of how do you describe her?
A brat.
Well, in the beginning, but after convincing her that Tut dies young and she might die alongside him, that's when she officially changes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting, Professor.
And every time a single word comes out of Penny's mouth, all I hear is Little Kyrie from Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep or Princess Sophia.
Oh yeah, that's right, because that is her.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
I did not like Grunion.
Grunion. Oh gosh, that Umbridge character.
But she's played by Allison Janney, believe it or not.
Really? Huh.
Yes,
there was-
not Imelda Staunton, Allison Janney.
So
Wow.
and fun fact, in the movie theater when I saw this movie, I actually was the only one who was cheering at the very end because they included the janitor sweeping up the roses. I'm like, how am I the only one that notices this? Because in the opening theme song, I mean, at the end of the opening theme for the Peabody and Sherman show, it ends with these Greek girls throwing out these flower petals, and behind them's a janitor sweeping up the flowers.
Yep.
And they do that at the end of the movie also, and I was actually cheering, and I'm like, why am I the only one cheering? Why am I the only
I guess
one who
nobody got the
recognizes
reference.
Maybe,
Oh dear.
maybe so. Well, I don't know. Again, I haven't seen the film, but I'm gonna check it out.
Oh, totally check it out.
Okay.
It's fun.
Let's see. Professor Dreamer brought up another one. The two Smurfs live action movies.
That needs. I haven't seen the second.
But still, there's one thing that's kind of redeemable about those two. Jonathan
What's that?
Winters as Papa Smurf. May he rest in peace.
Oh yeah.
That's fair.
But still,
Yeah,
between those,
they got the right
out
actor
of all
to play
those
the role.
recent Smurf movies, I take this one over the live action one.
I'll still take the original series by comparison because I'm
Yeah,
too
but
used to
still,
the characters the way they were.
I need to watch the Hanna-Barbera version. But still,
You should. It's great.
I can tell you.
You
one
can find it
thing
on YouTube.
yeah, but it's gonna take me a while to get used to that since I never grew up with the old Smurf show.
Well,
Sorry, it's different. It was difficult for me to find it on TV.
Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one
gotcha.
thing, and I did hear this when the Nostalgia Critic reviewed it, that originally Paramount was supposed to work on this movie, and it was going to be something like, I think, Lord of the Rings meets Princess Bride. I would have loved to have seen that with the Smurfs. That would have been awesome.
I don't know about that.
That's something to think about.
But then,
I'm not
of
sure.
course, Sony got their hands on it, saw Alvin and the Chipmunks, and decided, let's rip that off.
But
Yeah, that one's gotten a lot of flack.
Fox.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and that brings a possibility. What about Alvin and the Chipmunks or the sequels?
Squeakles can burn.
Please don't get me started how that could be fixed, okay? The Chipmunks are smaller in live action compared to their cartoon counterparts.
If I remember correctly, I think their original design was about the smaller size originally, but then they became the cartoon counterparts we know and love. So
yeah.
I think I could be wrong. So
yeah, but still, like the point. What I'm saying is, I grew up with '80s reruns of the show too. Like
so did I. It was a great series. Yeah,
but I still didn't like when Dave yells at Alvin, like Ranger Smith yells at Yogi Bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main problem
Alvin!
the main problem I have with these movies now is they play it way too safe. It's the same formula over and over, just different characters. That's another reason why I hated the Woody Woodpecker movie, is because it's the same plot as Yogi Bear, Garfield, Alvin and the Chipmunks.
That movie
throw in the character.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
I take the Chipmunk Adventure over those films any day.
Yeah.
That I can believe.
That needs to be fixed. Stop playing safe with these
on the map.
They don't play safe.
And also, isn't it crazy that Ross plays all the Chipmunks while his wife plays Theodore and the Chipettes?
Oh.
That is crazy.
Like Ross Bagdasarian Jr., by the way, plays Alvin and Simon and Dave, while his wife plays Theodore and the Chipettes.
What do you know about that?
And also, you might find this crazy, but a while ago, before I blogged the Chipmunk Adventure, I came across some videos that showed the chipmunks in their real voices along with the chipettes.
Oh yeah.
Really? Huh.
I came across them on YouTube somehow, and I mean, and while listening to them, it makes me want to go like, I may not hear them the same way ever again.
I believe it. I know the feeling. I know that feeling.
Girls of Rock and Roll, and wow, they definitely sound much different than I thought they would.
Oh, totally. And, you know, I can relate to that because I remember one character from a Canadian TV series, The Red Green Show. This guy, the main character, he's actually pretty darn good in his voice acting work because he sounded real like rough like this. But yet in real life, he has a more higher kind of pitch kind of voice. You'd have to see it to believe it. And come to think of it, I came across something by accident, too, the other day. A whole behind the scenes of Star Wars. And I'm talking the original movies showing how they had
6, you mean, right.
That's it. Yeah. When they were doing the whole thing with, they showed a scene of, I think it was I can't remember if it was necessarily the guy in the costume doing some voice work, mostly just to try to get it down right when he was gesturing and all that. And then you hear James Earl Jones put into it. That was pretty awesome just because to hear a different voice under that helmet, It was pretty cool just because.
I'll never forget that behind the scenes.
Yeah. But let's see, what else do we have here?
I think there is one more movie I have that I would like to discuss.
Oh yeah?
Son of the Mask. Now that movie does need
in the words of you go first.
It's not the same continuity as the original with Jim Carrey.
Or if it doesn't have to have Jim Carrey or Cameron Diaz, how do I put it? Get better animators for one. That's for me. I think that's the biggest problem. The animators are terrible in this one.
I can name another one.
The same people who did Cats and Dogs previously, but
that movie looks better in comparison.
But still, if I were to make a continuation of The Mask, I would make a requel. Let's add some new characters, but also put in Stanley and Tina.
Sure.
And have Milo meet Otis.
I would say
I don't see why not.
I would say make it canon to both the movie and the animated series that was made back in the 90s.
I'm writing that one down.
Okay, so that's a nice idea too, Johnny. And by the way, to answer certain
people a lot there, and Rob Paulson, great performance.
Yeah. Jim Carrey officially quit being an actor. Yeah.
Yeah.
You did great, Jim Carrey. Thank you for everything.
Yeah.
Have a nice retirement, man.
Yeah. Thanks for being a great Dr. Robotnik, The Mask, all kinds of great stuff. And the Grinch.
A great Scrooge.
Right.
And Grinch.
And Ace Ventura.
And Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
And Riddler. One of my favorites.
Oh, yeah. He was a good Riddler. I don't care what anybody says. He was good as a Riddler.
The Dora Explorer movie. Honestly, I would not fix that movie because I think it's good the way it is.
Yeah, that was great
too. One of the funniest films I had ever seen, and
but
I didn't know it was that.
Danny Trejo as Boots. I mean, at least it was just one small part, but still, they could have gotten someone younger to play Boots.
Personally,
I was never a fan, so that's where I stand on it.
I kind of grew up with Dora as a kid. Still,
I didn't. That's my disadvantage there. So,
but also, one thing for sure to reply back to Professor Dreamer's Nightmares part, Nightmare on Elm Street 2010. Is not directed by Michael Bay. It's produced by Michael Bay. Samuel Bayer is the director of the 2010 Nightmare movie.
Let's keep Michael Bay far away from Nightmare Elm before he makes it a nightmare.
It's like not only did he produce the 2010 Nightmare movie, but he also produced the Friday film from 2009.
Uh-oh.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, producing a film is not the same thing as directing.
No, not really. Although I have had moments where I say that really the producer calls the shot over the directors at times. It's just there are times they horn in. That's all I could say on that one.
So,
But,
like,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
One little problem with Nightmare, I mean, it doesn't feel too much like an R-rated movie. It feels more like a PG-13 film, and the main scares are mostly jump scares.
That and yeah, I agree. And it does have two major problems. One thing working against it is the fact that Robert Englund is so synonymous with the character that nobody would even think of anyone else. It's just a fact,
still,
you know.
He liked Jackie's portrayal as Freddy, but
yeah.
I mean, they did good, but the eyes could have been better.
Yeah, and and I'm sorry, but his makeup job or his CGI mask, whatever it was, that was bad. I'm sorry.
It was like a mix of both. Both real makeup and CG. Like, it was like a mix of both.
Yeah, okay, there's the problem. I'm sorry, but you go one way or the other. It doesn't work when you have both. I'm sorry.
And they could have done better with his eyes.
Yeah, definitely.
And not only is it supposed to be based off the first Nightmare film, but they also reference the sequels too.
Yeah.
Like, how's this for a wet dream?
That's funny. That is funny.
You really think so? That's funny.
I mean, I just think that's funny that they thought they should do that, you know.
And they even reference Freddy versus Jason when they cut off his head.
Oh, jeez. The only thing missing out of that was man the torpedoes. That was still funny. It was
some way to do that, but there's no way they could add in torpedo style things in something like that.
Yeah, I know. Let's see.
Also, I never thought Clancy Brown would be in an R-rated horror movie.
Yeah.
He plays Clanton's dad.
Yeah, it's kind of odd, isn't it? Okay. Let's ask a little question on the side here about if anything can be improved. I can name one that does need one small improvement. And I know I'm probably going to get a out of this. Phantom of the Opera, the musical. It does need one small improvement.
Which one?
The one starring Gerard Butler.
Oh, from 2004, even though it's a good movie?
Yeah, the musical, yeah.
What it is.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not saying it needs to be fixed or anything. I just said it needs an improvement. The big improvement being the sword fight scene between him and Raoul has him, and Christine goes, no! And he doesn't try to slay the Phantom.
Yeah, that was.
You got to admit, that's a bit of a problem here, because what's he going to do? He's going to harass him again. Now, if it was the other way around, where the Phantom had Raoul and Christine said no, that might make better sense.
Okay, point taken. Yeah.
But
also,
that's it for me.
And while it was not part of the original show, I thought that backstory part was very twisted.
Yeah, it was.
What are they really making fun of? He's not really that disformed. He just
that's the other thing.
That's another thing that I would say needs to be fixed. He just looks like he has a sunburn and is not deformed.
That's what I think. He looks more like the Claude Rains version. They could have used the one from the Broadway stage one.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I mean, the Claude Rains version was pretty darn good work, though.
The makeup in the Broadway shows look amazing, and looks like he has been disfigured, deformed, maybe burned. Whereas in the new one, he just looks like he has been beaten up and maybe a sunburn.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of makes sense because he's been abused by street performers.
But other than that, he's really handsome. He's not ugly, and well, I can't believe I'm bringing this up. I can't believe I'm saying this. That's the problem he's supposed to have in common with the Hunchback of Notre Dame. He's supposed to be ugly so that you see the beauty on the inside. And
I agree.
More or less on the madness part, of course.
Not many people know this, but some people believe that Phantom of the Opera was the inspiration for a monster in Paris.
I haven't seen that one yet.
I've heard of it, but
it's a French animated film where the son of a beetle is a giant flea. Yes.
Interesting.
John Lennon's son, Sean, is a giant flea in that movie.
Oh my.
And they call that flea Francoeur. I mean, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right because I admit my French pronunciation sucks.
It's all right.
That's okay. No worries.
You know more French than I do.
Yeah, I mean, as I said in my blogs, I'm a cat in Paris or Leap.
Yeah. This one's good. I don't know if you guys know this one, but
what is it?
How would you improve? How would you improve The Room by Tommy Wiseau?
I've never seen that one. Never seen it.
I've heard a lot about it. That's about it.
I'll just say look up the Nostalgia Critic review, and that's all you need to see of the movie. It's got easily the worst actor you have ever seen in your entire life, bar none. And I mean bar none. You got an actor who literally is like, I did not hit her. It's not true. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh boy, that's bad. That is bad. I've seen cheap underground movies that sound more convincing, and I really have. So, but okay, that brings to mind another one. That brings to mind a great one. Star Trek V.
I've never seen the older Star Trek movies. I've seen the 2009 reboot, but not the older films or the sequel yet.
Oh, you wouldn't have to watch those in order to understand how bad this is, Joshua.
I'm sorry, guys, but I cannot follow with the Star Trek conversation part if I haven't seen the older ones.
The first thing I'd say is get rid of the row your boat scene. What was that doing in
Star Trek? Was by a few friends talking about it during my elementary age. Like, remember that friend I told you about, Justin Head, who's the head of Slasher Films Inc.? He told me about it. The same way he told me about Batman and Robin.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I believe it too.
We were kids that time. So how could I have known that it would be bad or not?
It's okay.
Well, for me, yeah, I know what you mean. For this one, I'd have to go in deeper on a separate video, definitely, because there's so much that would have to be done. But I could definitely name one thing, and I think, and nobody has to have seen any of the earlier films or TV shows to understand this one. Spock never had a brother to begin with. Why did you create a brother in this one that we never knew existed? Lose that. Lose that one big time. Definitely lose that. Let's see.
I got one that I have to mention that should be saved.
Let me guess. Dougal?
What?
Let me guess. Dougal?
I haven't seen Dougal.
I've seen it. It's kind of a little bit of a, let's just say, pop cultural mess.
I'll take your word for it.
Review, but
I mean, it's the same. It's from the Weinsteins.
Weinstein. But then again,
did I pronounce it wrong?
There's no point in pronouncing it properly because
I don't know. I don't know. Ironically, we've been mispronouncing the Berenstain Bears for years, apparently, supposedly.
So actually, it's not Dougal. It's what I want to save is, well, if I could, Veggie Tales in the House, which is bring back the original let the original creators work on it, not just voice the characters. And don't make Larry stupid.
Okay, I never grew up with Veggie Tales. I only seen one episode the Fib from Outer Space, and that's it. That's the only thing I've seen out of VeggieTales. I've never seen Pirates Who Don't Do Anything. I've never seen Jonah.
That movie was great. I liked it. But
which one, Jonah?
I grew up on VeggieTales. I love them. But when they redesigned the characters and rewrote their personalities for VeggieTales in the house, as well as VeggieTales in the city, oh my gosh, the animation on them looks hideous. And they did not. I mean, the creators were not writing. The original creators were not writing the series anymore. I mean, they were taken over. Or they were taken over by another company. I think it was DreamWorks or Universal. But yeah, they wrote the shows for the creators, Phil Vischer and Mike Naraki. And they just did such a crappy job in every conceivable way.
I believe it.
They made Larry dumber and they made Bob dumber. It was terrible to watch. And also,
and in the end, they made the characters back to the way they were.
Yes, they did for a time, but recently also, they did something even dumber. They fired Phil Vischer and Mike Naraki from VeggieTales, from even voicing their own characters. It's like,
oh, that's wrong.
This is so wrong. I mean,
I can name one that would top that, but yeah.
Yeah, that's how I would save it. Keep the creators. Keep the creators of VeggieTales, because they know their characters better than you do, Universal or DreamWorks or whoever you are.
That's for sure.
And also, speaking of VeggieTales, there's one other Christian film that was done horribly compared to its other counterpart.
What was it?
The 2007 Ten Commandments movie.
No, that was an insult. A complete, utter insult. I mean, they're trying to be...
Tell me about it.
Yeah, they were too busy trying to be realistic compared to what the Bible says. Baloney! The Bible says what it says. Stick with it. It may not exactly be...
And I can't believe that they got 3 pony actors to voice in it.
Oh, no.
Tabitha St. Germain, Kathleen Barr, and Scott McNeil?
Oh, no.
They got Alfred Molina. No, they've got Ben Kingsley as well.
And Christian Slater.
What are you doing?
And Elliot Gould.
Oh, boy.
And what is this animation?
Ow.
I mean, okay, the animation's not terrible compared to other things I've seen, but oh, man, what have you done?
Yeah, and it's one of the lowest grossing films ever.
I can see why.
And I never knew it had a theatrical release in 2007.
That did? What? How did this get...
I believe you.
How did this get a theatrical release?
Yeah, tell me, you tell me, guys.
That's beyond my... I guess they paid a very, very big bribe. That's my theory.
And how were they trying to be realistic?
Oh, I think I might have been... I was thinking Genesis. I'm sorry. I was mistaken.
Exodus, actually. It's Exodus.
Exodus, that's it. Exodus. That one I didn't like because they were trying to be historically accurate, even though there's no full-fledged proof one way or another.
So I take the Prince of Egypt over that film anytime.
Totally.
And
totally.
plus what Prince of Egypt did.
But still, the original live-action Ten Commandments, that's filmed so long.
Well, yeah.
That is a 3-hour-long film.
That is its downfall, but it's so well done. It really is.
And that film is so old.
What made those two movies great was the character development and the story writing. They actually cared, which, you know what? That's going to bring me to another thing. A lot of the Christian movies that have been coming out, full disclosure, I am a Christian, but even I have to say that a lot of the Christian movies that come out are just either poorly acted, poorly written, and just poor overall. I mean, some of the actors in there are great. I shout out to you, Ben Onyango, my friend. You're awesome. But other than that, they need better care. They need to develop their characters make us care about them, and their journey and their struggle. If you're
Yep.
gonna, and yes, regarding, and yes, guys, Dub, regarding that show, The Bible. Oh my gosh, develop these characters. Make us understand them, make them care about them, what they're going through and their journey. And well, regarding the show, The Bible, couldn't you follow what the scripture says the whole way through? Because, well, Samson wasn't a dum dum entirely. He may have been a dum dum, but not completely. He didn't immediately tell Delilah, "Oh yes, cut my hair and I'll lose all my strength."
Yeah,
He gave
true.
3 lies before he said that. Okay.
And yet people
True.
compare the Bible show to Game of Thrones.
Oh.
It's true. I saw the Daniel episode, and you could describe it as Game of Thrones.
Yeah, well, to me, Game of Thrones is completely overrated. But that's only because, HBO and me don't see eye to eye. Because I'm sorry to say this, I've heard that Game of Thrones had a lot of great action and a fairly good story, supposedly, and great special effects like the dragons, sure. But I'm sorry. To me, Game of Thrones is only appealing for one reason, and that would be all the naughty stuff going on there. And I know everybody knows what I'm talking about. I'm sorry, HBO is notorious for that. That's what makes them keep going, because they really bear it all. And that show did that a lot. So I swear that's the real reason why people love it so much, especially men and quite a few women too. So, I'm sorry. That's just the way I see it.
Aside from Prince of Egypt, I would rather watch Son of God, Joseph King of Dreams, and, well, as well as other stuff like The Crippled Lamb, Nestor the Long-Eared Christmas Donkey, The Star, or certain other things like that. Or heck, Jesus Christ Superstar. Watch that.
That's a good movie. That really is. I love how that came out.
I liked Passion of the Christ also, Sky Stuff, and
that's kind of a little bit extreme for me.
It did go overboard on a few things. And, well, for the record, Sky's Dub, in terms of a Black Samson, I didn't mind that much, because if an actor can portray the character well, then I have no gripe with it, unless they were trying very hard to be accurate. The main problem I had was the writing, not the actors.
And by the way, since Bonnie did mention a bad Christmas movie, I know a couple others that are considered pretty bad too.
What do you got?
Also did. What?
8 Crazy Nights, one example.
Oh, that made me sick. That movie made me sick.
I forgot about that. That was too much. I'm sorry.
And I probably might have already told you this a while ago, but would you believe me? If Elf became an animated musical remake,
I think I did see that special.
How do you turn Elf into a musical? I love Elf, but what?
I never heard of that.
I don't know. It was okay, but I've seen better. That's where I stand on that subject.
It was like made in 2014, where someone made like Elf into a stop motion musical remake. Like
basically, it was like a Rankin Bass ripoff.
Well, that's what Rankin Bass did influence the original Elf.
Oh sure,
yeah, it did, and there were stop motions from there that, that animation
characters in the North Pole.
Yeah, in fact, believe it or not, I know who did the work on that. It wasn't Rankin Bass. It was the Kyoto brothers.
Stuff.
They did a lot of stuff back in the 90s. They were great.
And by the way, speaking of Rankin Bass, I don't know if you guys heard that Jules Bass is gone. Arthur Rankin died in 2014, so now his partner's gone now.
Yeah, that's a crying shame.
That sucks.
I don't think the
Cat in the Hat movie.
At fault, but
we
already covered that one, guys. But I'll go with that.
I know another Christmas movie that no, not movie. It's a short that badly needs to be fixed. And
what's that?
This is next to what is it called? Next to Next, this is on the levels of what is it called? Video Brinquedo. It's not Video Brinquedo themselves, but the animation is just as bad quality. Let's see. Oh yeah.
movie.
It's called
Movie.
Rhapsody.
I have a
Three
movie in
Kids
mind.
Believe in
Wrapped up.
Santa.
What?
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh! What the hey is all that?
Wow,
This is Rhapsody Street Kids Believe in Santa. Came out in 2002, the same year that Barbie Rapunzel came out. This is
these guys are like novices.
Oh, you gotta go, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
The biggest thing to fix in here is the animation.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, these people are novices.
Okay, Jonathan. I'm sorry, but thanks for sticking with us.
Later, Jonathan.
See ya.
Welcome.
Yep.
Bye.
Sorry, with a chance of
Yeah.
meatballs too.
I didn't hate that one, and I never hated the first movie either. I mean, we're not like Animat.
Well,
I wish it would have been more true to the book, but that's where I stand alone. But that's it. It was actually pretty entertaining.
You don't stand alone in that. That's the big thing that I don't like about Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2, is that I mean, there's a sequel called Pickles in Pittsburgh, it's actually more environmental than the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2. Whereas that film felt hypocritical.
Yeah, but I know someone who did praise that sequel aside from me. Isaac, the media hunter, liked it. Because you know how he is about certain animal films. I mean, that's his style of reviewing. Like,
I don't think I saw that review yet, but I did see somebody else review it and even get Animat into watching it with him. And well, the funniest ending did happen, which was he said to Animat, "Oh yeah, I like this movie." He's like, "What?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I just dragged you along just so that I get
down kitty."
And he locks Animat down in his house and then just plays
let go of the
Hotel
computer.
Transylvania over
Let
and
go of my
over
computer.
for him.
What happened to my mouse? I lost my mouse. Oh, I found it.
Hilarious.
Sorry, folks.
Oh,
anyway,
Joshua, I think this one might be for you. Professor Dreamer says the Angry Birds movie.
Oh, please, don't bring that up again!
I saw the commercials. I wanted to throw up. Oh, Professor, look what you did.
You okay?
I'll be fine once I get that off my chest. Please, just don't make me go back to those two again.
Sorry.
I've had enough with it the first time back in 2012. It was worse enough when it became movies. But
I believe you. I did, because I saw the commercials. I wanted to throw up.
I saw the first. I remember seeing the first trailer, and I'm like, no, not interested.
That's what I said.
That is definitely Sony's worst. Not the Emoji Movie. Angry Birds. Those are the worst to me.
I still think Emoji Movie was very bad, but wow,
it's tamer compared to Angry Birds.
Yeah, and speaking of Emoji Movie, how would we fix this one? Let's skip Angry Birds and go to Emoji Movie.
Yeah, that's going to be too hard to do at the moment.
The plot is very, very cliched, but maybe if they made a better story and
not
a very creepy villain.
Yeah, especially.
Or no villain.
I mean, Smiler was very creepy. Trust me,
and hypocritical.
Yeah, I personally.
And if you ask me, I feel like Gene's style of changing faces, he's kind of like a meme or a GIF, not an emoji.
Yeah, and I agree. Plus, well, why is it that emojis have to be this way after work? Like, shouldn't they be allowed to relax their emotions? Like, some of their world needs to be explained a bit.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, a lot of those puns just really oof.
Yeah.
I had to watch The Muppets to get my sense of humor back, but there was one joke that actually made me laugh, and it was the Christmas tree. Jumping around saying "Merry Christmas," and the fortune cookie walks by going, "It's still September, Tim." That
is
got
funny.
me laughing.
Yeah, and
Everything else, I completely predicted their humor. I actually remember saying one of the jokes right alongside it before and I had not seen the movie before then, and it was the monkey emojis wearing the business suits, and they're saying we have business to attend to.
In
What
those
kind of
typical
business?
British accents.
Yeah, and I actually said monkey business with them, and I'm like, ugh. Because it's not a good sign when you predict puns
Nope.
with them.
No, it's not. Oh, and let's see. We got a few good suggestions here. Digimon the movie. Oh, I remember that one.
That's not technically a quote-unquote movie either. I mean, it's more like a
Yeah.
3-story film. Like,
I gotta be right back.
and
To me,
I never
sorry,
heard
go
of
ahead.
Pokemon Clash the Ages. Like,
Me neither. So I can't comment on that one yet. But
Me
Digimon the movie, the movie, let's say, my biggest beef was the animation, because in the series, that animation was great. But for the movie, it looked like they went on a very cheaper budget. I can't figure out what the heck happened there. I mean, really?
yeah, even though I don't give Digimon too much thought compared to Pokemon.
Sure. I'm the other way around, but I respect Pokemon. So, yeah.
Yeah, but by the way, speaking on the topic of Pokemon, I was not always into that series either until my father took me to the first movie in theaters, and that got me into the show and the games.
The first movie was good. I do remember that one.
But still, some people complain about the ending, the whole memory loss part.
I disagree with them on that one. What do you think?
Well, it's just that, the part where everyone loses their memories at the end.
Yeah.
And people don't like the fact that Pikachu and the others cry to restore Ash. People are kind of missing the point that was kind of built up thanks to the harbor manager, Miranda, building that up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like saying that the sorrow of their tears restored the lives lost in the storm.
Yeah, that's right. They did say that. Yeah. So,
and also, another thing, why remake the first movie in CGI?
That's dumb. That is dumb beyond belief.
But I mean, I understand that they kind of fix some stuff, like some dialogue, because there were some dialogue errors in the first movie.
Yeah.
Like Team Rocket thought that the silhouette of a Scyther was Alakazam.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
Or Meow thought that a Sandslash was a Sandshrew.
Yeah. I got nothing for that. But
so I'm just glad they fixed that part.
Yeah, definitely. For the Digimon movie, fix the animation. That's what I say, because the story was pretty good, but the animation, what the heck? I mean, there's even moments where it was like twitchy kind of thing, like kind of thing, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me! This is not how they were on the show. So no. Oh, and Bonnie, I'm sure we've been waiting for this one. Professor Dreamer suggested Rockadoodle. Now that one, my friend, we got a whole list lined up for that one as to how to fix that.
Okay, I grew up with that one too, but I understand some parts can be confusing with that film too. I mean, it's more like the kind of Don Bluth film that's for people who are too young for Disney in a way. But still, while it is sad that Christopher Plummer is gone, I mean, he did have potential as the Grand Duke.
Oh, he did, and he really put his all into it.
Yeah, he did.
But his nephew Hunt was just plain silly.
But to be fair, done by a good actor. Most of them were good actors.
And while the villain songs were bad, Chanticleer's Elvis-style songs were amazing.
Though I could tell you this for one of the villain songs, which is the No Batteries one. And I saw this.
Yeah, that one was like 18 seconds of pure bullshark.
I still think it's funny.
Actually, there was a comment on YouTube that that gave me an idea, and it was one person said I should put this song for my low battery warning.
Oh yeah, that would be a good idea.
If there's a way to do that, let me know because I want to do that too.
Me too.
Heck, I managed to put my Power Rangers theme song beep 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 for my text messages. Just because that's how it worked on the series with their communicators. So,
Professor Dreamer 2015 Pam movie.
What?
That movie.
That's kind of like the worst Peter Pan film I've ever heard about. I mean, I've seen it. And why get Rooney Mara to play Tiger Lily?
That's the first problem. You're
and why is Peter Pan and Hook friends?
Oh, and why are you? Where did "Smells Like Teen Spirit" come from? Why is it
doesn't exist during World War II at all.
Oh man, that's bad.
Peter Pan's supposed to be way before World War II,
right? With Return to Neverland did that better.
Yeah, and
Hook even did that better.
Why is this another prophecy story? Peter Pan and prophecy? Seriously?
In a way.
Chosen one? Peter Pan is not chosen one kind of story.
No.
He's a brat. And also
a kid who never wants to grow up.
Not just a kid who never wants to grow up. He's cocky. He's arrogant. He's an absolute brat. And what else is? Yes, Captain Hook is Indiana Jones in this. What?
Well, he's not played by Harrison Ford. He's played by some other guy, like the guy who played Sam Flynn.
Yeah, but you look at his hat, you look at his outfit, it's Indiana Jones.
Let's just say an Indiana Jones wannabe. That's all.
But he looks like he could play a young Indiana Jones, to be fair. But yeah, Captain Hook, Indiana Jones, that does not connect.
I'm going to take a minute here to acknowledge one from Professor Dreamer, and I will definitely re-quote the creature on this one. Teen Titans go to the movies. In the words of a scene from the creature, kill it, kill it, kill it. That's what I say.
Yeah, I gave the movie a chance in theaters because I didn't like the show, because it's like an insult to the original 2000s
series. A complete insult.
And their theme song is just too high funkish.
Yeah.
I think that the real
and also get this, Will Arnett is no Ron Perlman.
No, hell no, absolutely not. And let's see, Professor Dreamer brought up one. No, correction. Jonathan gave us one. Turbo, a Power Rangers movie. That one only he and I could really cover, because Joshua, you never heard of it or seen it, have you?
I don't think so, because I've seen some things involving Power Rangers when I was young, but I kind of forgot about them after a while. And
yeah, well, okay, but I can definitely say a few things from the movie that movie that happens that definitely begs a lot of fixing. In fact, the Nostalgia Critic did a great job reviewing that one. And Bonnie, have you ever seen that one yet?
I might have, but it's been a long time.
He really called out a lot of garbage in there, and he hated he was never a fan. So what does that tell you? Anyway, in this case, let's see. We got the whole fact that they do not morph in their current powers at all. There was one moment they come close, and somehow falling in the water disables it. Funny, I don't remember that happening in the show, ever. And two, it turns out their leader Zordon had turbo power hidden in the back room with the Zords, again in the back room, never said anything. And it's like, okay, we got a new villain leading the way now, so we need to have new powers, even though we did not lose any powers at all, which is kind of the theme they were going for a while. So what? They didn't lose their powers, so why did they need to upgrade? Exactly. They gave no reason for it. And seriously, you had that hiding in the back room the whole time and you didn't say anything, that's not the Zordon I remember. And then there's the part where they're going to the Bermuda Triangle in an old pirate ship. I'm not kidding. This happened. Nostalgia Critic even made the best joke at that one. He literally had, you see the ship, and he threw in an old sea shanty. Yeah. So, yeah. That speaks for itself. But again, that's a whole laundry list that that Jonathan and I would have to cover because we're more familiar with it. So, but
Quest
yeah.
for Camelot. Honestly, what I would do for that film is we kind of talked about this when reviewing Thumbelina, is make the main character interesting. Don't try to focus on being like Disney. Focus on being your own. Because that was the big problem with a lot of the animated movies when they were trying to rip off Disney. The only major exception to that was Anastasia. They didn't try to rip off. Well, in a way they kind of did, but they made the main character interesting. That's what
they had a very threatening villain who was originally someone who existed in the old days.
That's true too.
Quest for Camelot really should have tried to make the characters more interesting instead of instead of making a checklist of what counts for a Disney animated movie.
And if you ask me, Quest for Camelot is just more like too silly nowadays. And King and I never grew up with the old film. It's been a long time since my theater friends did it on stage. But still, King and I animated film. I mean, I know Richard Rich was involved with it. Still, it's a bit too Disney-ish, a bit.
That and also
that's the problem.
The foreground was in the background, and as in the background characters were in the foreground, and the foreground characters were in the background. It's like the focus was always on the wrong thing. Like for the song "Getting to Know You,"
they made that into a montage.
Well, you're supposed to focus on Anna and the kids getting to know each other, even in the montage, but instead they focus more on this sidekick who's trying to foil Anna and give her problems so that the king could be considered a barbarian. It's like, that's not part of it.
And who could forget whistle a happy tune when you're fighting an evil demonic dragon?
I mean, that song takes place during a storm, like in the show. That's been like a long time, but
that was one of the dumbest moments. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, that was just dumb.
But speaking of musicals adapted into animation, did any of you guys see the new Christmas Carol film that was on Netflix? I saw it last night, and it is pretty good. Like, I like how they kept some of the songs from the Albert Finney version, like "Happiness," "I Like Life," Tim's Carol, I think "Beautiful Winter's Morning" was what it's called, and of course, my favorite, "Thank You Very Much."
That's
also adding in some new songs to it too.
I love
Pixar's
that.
Turning Red.
Interesting. How is that something to fix?
I've never seen it, so I can't really say.
I've not seen it yet. I've been meaning to.
It's like, I liked Turning Red. I mean, it feels like a Pixar-styled anime movie.
Wow.
I mean, if you
like I said, I've never seen it.
You should see how everyone does their eye expressions or their facial expressions. It's like you're watching a CGI anime film. I mean, it was inspired by anime, but still, how they do that is really ingenious. And it makes it also a pretty good coming-of-age story.
I did catch that in the commercials.
I did hear about that. I want to see it.
But also, get this. The director of Turning Red directed a short called Bao. You know, that dumpling short that preceded The Incredibles 2?
Yeah.
And you know how certain Pixar films are inspired by the crew members' lives? The idea for Turning Red taking place in Toronto, the director was from there. Like, that's from her childhood.
Really?
That's so cool.
Interesting.
That
is interesting.
So far, Pixar has been very inspired with a lot of their movies, and I love them for that.
Like how they're inspired by certain life things, life experiences, and all.
Yeah.
I can picture that. Oh, here's one from Professor Dreamer, the live-action He-Man movie. I remember that one.
Masters of the
It was
Universe.
not true to the series. That's the one. Yeah.
And also, Skeletor
And,
didn't feel like Skeletor. Like that makeup.
No.
I'm not buying the bit that he's supposed to have a skull for a face.
Me either. I'm not buying it either. And there was a lot of talk about
one of the actor's favorite roles in there.
Yeah. And the sad thing is, there's been a lot of talk that they're going to try and make a real movie, but it hasn't happened yet. Instead, we keep getting a different version of the series on Netflix made by Kevin Smith. We get another different version on the internet made by somebody else. That's what we keep getting. And one of them actually is Skeletor's played by Mark Hamill, which is pretty cool. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
I could totally see him doing that.
I mean,
yeah.
If someone were to do a proper live-action He-Man, Skeletor, make him like the Red Death costume from the Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would help a lot. Yeah, exactly. Fat Albert, the live action. Oh, boy.
Two things. Long time since I've seen that film. I didn't watch it in full because I didn't want to... I thought it would be too dumb.
Yeah.
It's like they copied Boris, Natasha, and Fearless Leader and Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I
Jumping out
saw
of the
5
TV.
minutes. I saw 5 minutes. I said no. Especially the part where Fat Albert senses that Kyla Pratt is sad, and so he and his buddies come out of the TV to help her out just because of that. And I'm like, oh, no. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the series, but that is not true to it at all. The only upside was the fact that he meets Bill Cosby, just because he was the voice to pretty much all of them. I mean, yeah, of course, you had to do that. Oh, and how much you want to bet he didn't have to audition for that, like Jason and Amy did, which is BS. Joshua, did you catch? Joshua, did you catch that part earlier? Because I don't know.
I said I didn't watch it in full that time. So, and I said it's been years. It was like during my junior high age when I...
Well, no, I don't mean that. I mean when we kind of started this video here, I was talking about how in Power Rangers 2017. Okay.
Well, maybe I was when you talked about Power Rangers, but still.
Okay. Well, I'll just say it again, just for the sake of argument. In Power Rangers 2017, there's a brief scene where two of the original Rangers, two of the most legendary ones of all, Jason Eva Frank, may you rest in peace, and Amy Jo Johnson, who, she's the most legendary female Ranger, despite what Watch Mojo claims. Anyway, they were in there for like barely a fraction of a second. A very small cameo appearance, and even another one if you watch the deleted scenes. But anyway, here's the thing, and this is stupid beyond belief. I'm not making this up. They actually did say this. When they made their cameo scenes, they pretty much practically had to audition for it. They had to go to them and ask to be in it.
Holy mackerel.
I know. It's practically, I'll say it. I said it once. I'll say it again. It's practically an unwritten rule that when you're doing a movie based off of a popular TV show and any cast members are still alive, the director and producers are supposed to beg the original cast members to make a cameo appearance. Or invite them, yeah, not the other way around.
Exactly.
That's just wrong. I mean, yeah, and in fact, Walter Jones, who was the original Black Ranger, and David Yost, they even asked, how did you guys get in that? We weren't even invited. And they said, well, we auditioned for it. We asked to be invited. You got to be kidding me. You actually had to invite yourselves? That is not right at all. And I'm definitely going to call Saban out on that one because he was the producer. That is BS, man. And these were the two Rangers that made his show famous. I mean, really, you got to be kidding me. I mean, like I said, it's practically a rule. You ask them to come to the movie, to be in it, not the other way around. That's just wrong. And insulting, completely insulting. I mean, I had to say this again because, I mean, really? That's too stupid to make up. It really is. And one of these days, I'm going to call that out for a solo video because...
Do it.
I will. I mean, I give credit to Saban for creating Power Rangers here in America the way he did, but no. His cheapness was one of the problems that that's a whole other subject altogether. I'm not going to go into deep details right now. We got other things to do. If we still get any more. Ooh, Mulan 2. That's
another guilty pleasure. Despite Mushu being kind of a bit of a jerk still, but
he's the villain.
Well,
yeah,
no. I mean, sort of, but
troublemaker.
I mean, their main conflict was just trying to stop invading Mongols by having an arranged marriage, but that was kind of like the plot point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was.
And actually, this was I mean,
so if I were Mushu, I would have just talked to Mulan about the situation, and then they could have figured something out.
Exactly. Yeah. We bring up the nostalgia critic a lot, I guess, but
give or take.
Well, I might as well bring this up as well because I think he brought up a good point on this in his Disney December review. So I mean, at the end, Mulan so the princesses are supposed to marry these other princes so that the two kingdoms
Lord Shin's sons.
Yeah, and in the end, they ultimately end up marrying the guys they like.
The Gang
and
of Three.
Mulan also marries the man that she loves. But what about China? China's doomed. There's no alliance.
Yeah.
And the Huns are supposed to attack.
Not Huns. It's the Mongols.
The Mongols are supposed to attack, and China is now has no ally.
Yeah.
So they wrapped that part up and maybe said, "Okay, we'll join you nonetheless to fight." Then fine. But they don't. They don't do that. They don't bring any of that up. So we're left to assume that
they don't.
That China's doomed.
Good point.
But
Tom
otherwise,
and Jerry the movie.
Which Tom and Jerry movie?
He's bringing up both
of them.
Yeah, he is.
1993 and from 2021.
For the 1993 one, the biggest thing I would say is no talking.
Well, it was their only time they did that, so
I know, but I mean, and technically they've talked before, but it would only be sparingly, and the dialogue that they had, I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. That's not something that Tom and Jerry would say to each other, and
Hanna-Barbera were still involved with it still.
And the focus was on the wrong characters. The girl and actually, this is the same problem in the 2021 version. The human characters are more the focus than Tom and Jerry. Yeah. In their own movies.
Yeah, that is a problem.
So yeah, when the movie is focused on Tom and Jerry doing their shenanigans, it's great. Yeah. When it's focused on the human characters, it's dull. I mean, in my opinion.
Yeah. I get what you mean, but still,
I still like the original Tom and Jerry movie, but I will not deny Jerry's voice did not fit at all. And Tom,
despite the fact that Jerry's played by the same woman actress who played Teddy 2 in the Jetsons movie,
and Max in the Goof Troop. Oh.
And Tom is played by the same guy who played Molt in Bug's Life and Bing Bong in Inside Out.
No, that was not Bing Bong.
Yes, it is Richard Kind playing Tom.
Wait, what? Really? Let me double. Okay.
Maleficent, Mistress of Evil needs so much fixing. Ain't that the truth?
Oh gosh, like why did they involve? Seriously, why did they it was like they almost had no plot going on.
And why did they have to change, well, Hubert's name?
Huh.
Yes.
That's a very good question.
I mean, Philip's father's name was Hubert in the original film, not, what they changed him to.
And okay, Joshua, you were right. It's Richard Kind. My bad.
Yeah, and I still can't get over how they made
and Bing Bong, like.
And I still can't get over Maleficent and her very more exposed CGI look. I mean,
that
really?
Dress. Ugh.
That was bad. And
plus,
the plot was really Game of Thrones ripoff.
I like the wings. I really like
the
wings.
I'm still jealous of it.
But the biggest problem I have with this movie is that what is there left to tell? Maleficent 1 wrapped everything up. There's nothing left.
Other than to make a ripoff of Game of Thrones stories, I can't think of anything.
You are accurate on that. I watched that movie and oh my gosh. And I can't believe they're making a third movie.
They are?
Fingers.
Yeah, they're making a third called Maleficent, Mother of Fairies.
Well, you better hope they change the title like
they
did with Wreck-It Ralph 2.
Yeah, that might help. Alice in Wonderland, Through the Looking Glass.
Well, here's one thing that I could say that they should have changed. Don't make the Mad Hatter the main conflict of the story, because I get it. We like Johnny Depp. Forth.
He was a supporting character who stole the show in the first film, so
that's for sure.
Yeah, and the fact that he's the problem, that all this chaos, the end of the world happens because the Hatter was sad.
But still, he just wanted to know what happened to his parents. I mean, he felt that they were alive, and Alice was trying to figure out a way to help him somehow, even if she was kind of going the wrong way about it.
He dooms the entire world, and I mean the entire world. Time traveling.
That backstory involving the Jabberwocky was pretty interesting, but we can understand why it didn't talk in that sequel because of Christopher Lee's death.
Though you could get some footage.
True.
The archives, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And
it's been done before.
In all honesty, I think that the Jabberwocky was more intimidating when he didn't talk.
And I did include the Jabberwocky on my top 13 scariest monsters in a live-action film list from years ago.
And he was scary.
Let's see, we got
Hoodwink.
Gem in the Holograms. I've heard a lot of flack about it, but I've never seen
it. We know the problems of that film.
Yeah, I don't know if that can be
one
fixed.
thing that should not have done. They should not have taken fan films and twisted them to make it seem like that they were talking about the gem from the movie.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's directed by John M. Chu, the guy who's going to direct the two-parter Wicked movie.
Yeah, hard to believe, huh?
Yeah.
And he also directed In the Heights last year.
Oh, dear. The only
thing they should not have done with the Gem movie is, well, you said it best, movie fan, a lot of the time. Stick with the source material. And
they made it too modernized.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem. I forget what the computer's name is, but
Synergy.
They made him too small.
Yes, Synergy was a supercomputer built by Gem's father. Or Jerica's father, I mean.
Yeah,
Gem, Jerica, tomato in this case, because Gem is her alter ego, much like how Superman is Clark Kent's alter ego.
And you wouldn't be surprised if Gem may have been the inspiration for Hannah Montana.
In a way, yeah. It was
Mhm.
an '80s show, but it had its audience, and well, the biggest slap in the face that this show did was not only not honor the show, but directly dishonor the fans. I mean, it.
It did.
That's like taking
I
advantage
don't
of
know much about it.
everybody.
What they said. They put out a bonus saying, "Help us finish the movie." Tell us what you love about Jem. Film yourself. Take pictures of yourself as the characters and so forth. They all did that. They said what they loved about the character. They said what they loved about Jem. And the director then took that footage and made it look like that they were talking about the Jem from the movie. And that
Was
movie was so bad, it
Yeah.
lasted only 2 weeks in theaters.
Yeah, it tanked.
It sure did. It was I mean, yeah, it tanked so bad it was unbelievable. And I know that was one of many going on that year. I think one of the other one was, what was that movie that Anne Hathaway starred in? Colossal. That probably tanked
I don't
just
think I
as bad.
saw that.
I saw commercials for it, and I still it made me go, what the, because here we have this normal woman who seems, you're not going to believe me when I tell you this. I don't know if you've seen the trailers, but you're not going to believe this. But she's just living a normal everyday life, and for some reason, there's a monster showed up out of nowhere in China and is kind of stomping around, and it's connected to her. It's actually connected to her. Whatever she does, it does too. And the mystery is how, and that's what they're trying to figure out. Why is this happening? How is this happening? And it's like, all I kept seeing was stupid gags where she's making the monster dance just to prove to one of her close friends that, the connection thing. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And so many people couldn't help but make bad and sick jokes out of this. One of them I will not say, but since Anne Hathaway is well noted for a few scenes in a few movies, if you know what I mean, they were leaning towards a possible that scene, and the monster would be acting like that. I'm not going to go there because on this channel, I keep standards. I'm not going to go there, folks. And I'm not talking about you guys, but I'm talking to the audience. I am not going there. And I got to say, whoa, no. I don't know if that happened or not, and I don't want to find out. But just the idea of this Godzilla ripoff / fusion to Godzilla thing alone, no. And that monster is something stupid looking too. I can't even believe it. Yeah, you could see why it obviously tanked too. But Jem had it worse by comparison, because that had source material that, although I've never seen the original series,
I have.
It had a fan base.
I haven't.
So, I mean,
But
it
I've
had a
heard
fan
things
base.
about
This
it.
had nothing. It was just something they came up with,
Mm.
Playmobil the movie. I've never.
Playmobil is like another Lego style toy movie, but unlike the Lego movies, Playmobil begins and ends in live action. And one thing that kind of surprised me about it, even though some people don't like the movie at all, it was not advertised as a musical.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, I mean, it was surprising that it had songs in it.
Huh.
And also, I just couldn't. And also, I was really shocked that they got Harry Potter to play a spy.
Huh.
Yeah, they really got Daniel Radcliffe to play a spy.
Wow, that's very surprising.
I don't think that Lego movie was advertised as a musical either, and yet it had probably one of the catchiest songs ever.
Well, yeah, but if a film has one or two songs, it doesn't make it entirely a musical. I mean, like Playmobil had a lot of songs in it. Like,
oh, okay.
The Underdog movie, really? There was something wrong with the Underdog
was not released in 2003. I thought it was released in 2007.
Yeah, 2007. I still remember the posters from it.
I didn't see anything wrong with that movie.
Well, it does kind of.
It is based off of a show.
A cartoon that involves anthropomorphic animals and
humans. Oh, yeah, there is that. Yeah. Okay,
that
is annoying, but it still seems.
I can't
sorry,
say
go ahead.
I mean,
how it was.
but Peter
Yeah.
Dinklage made a great Silent Bar Sinister.
Yeah.
Peter
Yeah.
Dinklage is
I
always
thought it
awesome.
was still entertaining regardless.
And they got Amy Adams to play Polly Purebred.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did. Yeah. So I mean, okay, definitely not exactly true source material because they're not anamorphic or whatever you call it. But
And also, Polly's
But still,
owner is played by Taylor Momsen.
Really?
I don't know if you remember her, but she's Cindy Lou Who in the 2000 Grinch movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
2019's Cats. I could say
Okay.
only one thing about that one: animate it. No CGI human animal in there. Animate it.
Well, I do like Andrew Lloyd Webber's songs. I mean, yeah, Amblimation should have done it a long time ago. Before it closed down.
Yeah.
Because
And also, the choreography was pretty good too. I mean, yeah, I get what you guys are saying, but still.
Yeah.
And also, you gotta wonder why they cameoed in the Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie.
What? I can guess one reason. They have the return of Terrible Sonic.
Yes, and they used him as a minor supporting character.
Yeah, the thing was, whereas Sonic listened to the cries of the fans, Cats also had outcries from people, and yet they did not listen, and that was the exact same year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Battlefield
Boy, did that tank big time. We already talked about Son of the Mask, Professor. Sorry.
I can think of a few things for Battlefield Earth, but I would start it with the book because you know what? The book is just as bad, if not worse. But we'll focus on the movie for now. First one, actors. Seriously. In this case, I do say actors because John Travolta was completely behind this movie. He was the one who made the hammy choices. He was the one who, and I'm not kidding, he actually said this would be better than Star Wars.
I can name a small improvement.
Oh, and straighten out the camera because it looks terrible. Yeah, this is what it looks like throughout the entire movie. It is slanted and angled like that. The entire thing.
I can name one thing. Don't make a lot of the characters look like Klingons. That might help. They look like Klingon knockoffs. They really do.
Like Bob Marley wigs.
Yeah.
So, wait, are you guys saying that this film that I never seen is a film that's so bad it's actually over the top hilarious?
In some ways, it can be.
But if this Battlefield Earth film is as bad as you say, then it's one that I'm definitely skipping.
It's probably better that way. I saw a Nostalgia Critic review of it, and I could not believe like the choices that were made in there. And I mean, like, here's one of the. I mean, you know what? I'm gonna pull up a picture of what they look like.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this: it was actually rated as the first worst movie of the new millennium.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gee.
Yeah.
And what Johnny is trying to recommend for us, Christmas with the Cranks. I mean, I never seen it yet, but it seems like one of those. It seems like one of those cheesy, fluffy Christmas films that people usually forget about after watching.
That's what I catch too.
Oh, here's the here. I mean, these are the aliens for Battlefield Earth. I forgot what they're called. Oh, they're the Cyclones. That's what they're called. From the planet Cyclo.
I can't. The reflections kind of.
Yeah.
I can't quite make them out.
Let me see if I can fix that. Oh, here, let me see if I can help you there, Bonnie.
I can't quite make them out.
Mm.
Give me a second to find them. Cyclones, was it? Or
Well, if you look up
Cyclos, here it is.
Battlefield,
Here, I can find it. I'm gonna save. Here, I'm gonna share my screen for a minute here.
oh, and
See if I can
this is
make this
literally
work.
how John Travolta's acting is. He's like, "While you fools were learning how to spell your name, I was trained to conquer galaxies."
That sounds a bit over the top.
That's all throughout
Okay, let's
the
see if we
movie.
can do this. Okay, can you see the screen? Awesome.
I'm trying.
I mean, can you see this screen over to the side? Okay, I'll take that as a start. Here they are.
Holy!
Like I said, Klingon rip-offs. That's what they look like to me. Klingon rip-offs.
Gee whiz!
There's even one that has a chin that looks like a toilet seat.
What?
I remember that guy.
Oh my goodness sakes!
Oh, and this is literally his line. "I will be the laughing stock of the universe."
Very immature.
He sure became it.
Exactly.
Yeah. He sure became
Another animated movie studio that needs saving is Good Times. Oh,
I thought Good Times was a studio.
It is, but a lot of their
I think that's what he said.
a lot of their films were just crap.
But there are some Good Times films that I kind of enjoy. I mean, for example, Good Times made an animated Rudolph movie in 1998, and that one, I mean, it's a bit. Some people love that one better than the Rankin Bass one, due to how Santa Claus is.
Right,
because like John Goodman's Santa is better than Rankin Bass Santa, for example. Because you know how Rankin Bass Santa was. He's like, unless the nose goes, there's no way Rudolph joining my team.
Yeah. And I never could figure out, how did he get fat so fast in a couple of, in about an hour? I mean, he was as skinny as a rail, and all of a sudden he's plump.
I mean, that was Rankin Bass's first special, so
that would explain a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's just the gag, I mean, he's skinny as a rail all the way until when they left. So, oh, Claus, eat Santa, eat. But still, how did he get plump that fast?
I guess Good Times is not what I'm thinking of. It's Golden Films.
Bro, come on, man.
I remember them. Diane Eskenazi made that studio.
Oh, what's up, movie fan? Home Sweet Home
Alone. Which is the best tease? That's one thing, but that's not what I'm talking about.
I'm not bothering with that, okay?
I'll say this for
I'm not touching it.
Home Alone, because I actually watched that movie. So here's how to fix that movie. Do not make the criminals do not make them sympathetic, because we're not supposed to side with the criminals and root against the kid. We're supposed to root for the kid and root against the criminals.
Yeah.
And you somehow made the criminals sympathetic. And on top of that, it needs to end.
Thunder Force. Not familiar with it. And I'm not familiar with Thunder Force, Professor, so I can't comment. And getting back to my bro, Turbo or in Space for Power. If you're talking about Power Rangers, bro, you got to be kidding me, man. Turbo, worst. Space, one of the best. I don't know how we reached that point, but here we are. Let's see. Gonna make a space movie. Really? No. Disney California Adventures, Broadway, Aladdin needs to return to Disney's California Adventure. I wouldn't know. So.
Well, I missed that show too. I mean, that was pretty good. Clever. I mean, and also, the Hyperion Theater has not been playing anything ever since the parks reopened last year. Still, and it's also, I love the Frozen stage show too. So, still, anyway, it also brings me to another film that is pretty bad when it comes to Christmas.
Oh boy.
The live-action Year Without a Santa Claus.
I haven't seen that one.
I've seen bits of it compared to how other people described it, and I mean, yeah, they got John Goodman for Santa Claus in that, but still, I would take his Santa Claus from Rudolph better. And also, they got Michael McKean as Snow Miser and Harvey Fierstein as Heat Miser. And between those two, I would take Michael McKean over Harvey Fierstein.
I'm back. Okay.
Here's a Christmas special to fix, and well, movie fan, you and I went over this one. The Star Wars Holiday Special badly needs to be fixed,
except for the animated segment.
That stays.
But
and
the
also
Wookiees,
everyone
give them an actual story, for goodness sake.
And also, everyone should be glad that only the animated segment is on Disney Plus, not the entire special. Just the animated segment is on Disney Plus. So thank goodness for that.
You could even find just that alone on YouTube too, guys. I've seen it.
Right, but still, just watch that segment alone by itself.
Give James Earl Jones more lines. I know that this is before the "I'm Your Father" reveal, but
before The Empire Strikes Back, but
yeah, give him more depth, because we were still just wanting to learn more about him.
Yeah, but it was Boba Fett's debut still.
Mm-hmm.
It was a pretty darn good debut, I think.
It really was. I mean, that animated
we got more of that than we did, the sequel.
I mean, though, I think we still say it. Fix the animation on Han Solo, for goodness sake. He looks awful.
Nelvana, I mean, it is a Canadian animation, but
Han Solo still looks creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like his face was flattened.
That's for sure. I mean, and they even gave him a beady eye look for a minute there. I mean, what the heck?
And R2-D2 moves around like he's made of Play-Doh.
And C-3PO can somehow blink. When could he blink?
Yeah, when did that happen?
And Anthony Daniels' voice acting could have used some improvement.
Okay, yeah.
I think
when he was doing the whole special, he sounded like he was dead inside, more than usual.
Like, Master Luke,
and one
are
key
you all
thing
right?
One key thing for that special. Give us an explanation as to what exactly this holiday is. I mean, really, what is it?
Yeah, they did say that the holiday is Life Day for some reason.
But what exactly is it? Is it a religious thing? Is it, for some noble person? Is it a time of sharing like Kwanzaa? Is it, like I said, religious like Christmas, or what?
That's something I can't explain. So don't ask me. Ask George Lucas or.
Yeah, that's my point. He doesn't give us that. That's my point.
Yeah.
And yet,
Hotel
next thing
Transylvania.
they made a Lego Star Wars Holiday Special, and which I think might be getting a better praise than the one we had previously.
Oh yeah, and even Anthony Daniels was happy about that one compared to the original. Whereas the original, he is like, I don't want to talk about this, please. I don't want to talk about this.
It still doesn't do much for me, but it's a little bit better by comparison. And boy, do I mean a little.
Remake Superman 4. Yes!
Ooh,
Question is,
boy, that was terrible.
What makes Professor Dreamer think that Hotel Transylvania needs saving? I mean, that one was a fun film.
Well, third film was kind of the thing I give the credit for the fourth film, and I have to give a shout out for this one. Shout out to Brian Hall for doing an awesome imitation of Adam Sandler's Dracula.
Yeah. I did.
Well,
I'm not into Hotel Transylvania.
Oh.
Yeah.
And what makes Professor Dreamer think that I'm from Italy? I'm Italian descent, not Italian per se. I'm a Californian.
Oh, I think it's the flag.
Well, yeah, but just it's because of my father that I keep it up in my room.
Oh, okay.
What's up, buddy?
So yeah,
Mr. Kitty.
Superman 4, the biggest thing that they should not have done. Well, for one,
Bonnie?
Uh-oh.
Your
I think
your
we
screen
got a
is
glitch.
frozen.
Uh-oh. I think we got a problem here again, folks. Shoot. Oh, no. You know, I had a feeling this happened when it started to get a little blurry. Oh, dear. Well, we'll hope she comes back. In the meantime, we'll just have something else to bring up here. I know, you know, one thing that needs done on a few notes.
Okay, looks like she's back again.
okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, like, we have these
It's
problems
okay, Bonnie. It happens.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
fortunately, not this much this time.
What they should have done for Superman 4 was find a better way to no, actually it's the ending message that bugs me. And it's literally, and the people of the world will have peace when they want it so badly that the government has to give it to them. That is crap. That is absolute crap.
Yeah. Bad. Very bad.
I mean, that was lazily wrapped up and so forth.
Yeah.
I mean, and plus, originally from that movie, and like maybe an hour ago, he said, "I'm going to rid the world of all nuclear weapons." Good luck getting it out of Israel, or anywhere in the Middle East. I'm pretty sure they'd love to give up their nuclear weapons. Or heck, the United States.
And the whole time he was just. Yeah, and the whole time he was just waiting for them to launch missiles and he hurl them into the sun.
That sounds like something out of Godzilla to me.
It does, doesn't it? Oh man, they're bringing Atomic Man back into Superman and Lois. That was the big villain in that one, if you want to call him.
I don't know what to say about that. I don't know anything about Atomic Man.
Well, he's basically a solar-powered clone of Superman. I'm not kidding.
Oh,
he has to have the sun, or else this is what happens when he's in shadow.
What the hey was that?
And even when he's not directly in the sun, he's fine.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Lex Luthor is not supposed to have hair. He's supposed to be bald. That's written in stone.
That's what I said about Batman being Superman, about Jesse Eisenberg's portrayal. Jesse Eisenberg does not fit Lex Luthor at all.
No, he doesn't.
No.
And I'm sorry, the excuse on them fighting, no. At least with the comic book and that animated special, at least they gave something. It gave a better explanation as to why Batman is doing this and why it's Batman versus Superman in the first place. Although I still love Batman the Brave and the Bold take on that a lot better. Because, for that one, Superman, he came into contact with red kryptonite, became an overlord, and Batman figured out what happened, and he was just trying to keep him busy until it wore off. That's all. He was just trying to keep him from really damaging his reputation and or hurting people. I mean, that's different. I mean, I could agree with that kind of remake, because the idea of Batman being so old that he became the villain, and just to say that, so Superman, and to beat Superman and just say, you'll remember all time that I beat you. That's not the Batman I know. Come on.
Nope.
I mean, that's what they had a set up, but yeah, I got your message, Bob. And you know what? It is getting pretty late over here. It's midnight, and I'm assuming in your
it's 1:03.
Bonnie, I think. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh dear.
But
well, truth be told, I think we covered just about everything. Good. Yeah, totally. Yeah. And we beat our record. We hit 4 hours. 4 hours we hit.
Gee.
I know. I'm amazed I still have my voice, to be honest. But yeah. I want to say I think we'll have to wrap it up now anyway, because I know it's getting late for most of us anyway. So
right.
But yeah, and plus I think we covered just about everything that we could cover at this point without going into huge details. But anyway, let me just say this in closing with it for everybody, for the audience here, that what you've seen tonight is only just a small taste of what's to come, because we plan to do a lot of collaboration videos where we talk into greater detail as to what we could do to fix a movie or possibly improve. There are some that just maybe need a small improvement rather than just a complete overhaul. And, well, that's going to come in time. And thanks to Professor Dreamer and them, that we've gotten a few good ideas. I wrote them down. That should help a lot. And, well, we hope to do that in the near future. And it will be called, Can It Be Saved? Because that's going to be the questions. Can something be saved? So we'll find out when the time comes around. And, of course, I want to thank everybody for joining us on this little adventure. I love to get good ideas. I love the comments. And, of course, I definitely have to thank Bonnie from Joy Unicycle for helping us out on this one, and especially you, Joshua. And Jonathan, even though you're not here at the moment, I definitely got to thank you for being there. So, thanks for this whole work, guys and girl. Yeah. So it's always great working with you. And we'll definitely have to do more in the near future. As individual, and it'll probably be videos, and it won't necessarily be a live stream either, folks. So yeah, but give it time. Who knows? Maybe one will come around. Oh, come on, bro! You're not forgotten.
Never been forgotten.
No, you were a big part of it, bro. Come on, don't be silly.
You guys
Shark
all in the
Tale.
Awesome.
Oh, I don't want to think about that right now.
Guilty pleasure?
Don't rip off Finding Nemo.
Doesn't feel like that at all.
And the animation could really use some work.
Well, it was DreamWorks' third film they were done. I mean, it was their first one outside of Shrek, but
okay.
Is it now?
Well,
that's Tonto's line. Good one.
Well, it was great. It was great, guys, and I'll see you guys later.
Yep, I'll see you all
later.
Take care,
Bonnie.
Yep.
You too.
Take care, Bonnie. Yep. See you next time, everybody. As always, this is Movie Fan signing off.
Mustang Power.
Rock on. Always great to work with those guys. But as always, you got to end it sometime. So once again, this is Movie Fan signing off.